Good morning, everyone. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you all join us today for the virtual edition of the Uganda Social Media Conference 2021. We're pleased to host you all, and we are glad that you will be able to join us online and contribute your ideas, your insights, and join the excellent panels that will be with us the next 2 days. Your host today, my name is Nicholas Opolod Akwang. I work with Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung as a program officer, and I'm glad to be here with you. I send you greetings, and we will be starting our program today with the National Anthem. So let's all stand up briefly and observe the National Anthem. Thank you. So today we will be having our conference under the theme, Digital Democracy in a Post-Pandemic Era. We are having this conference in a challenging context, and today the exciting panels will be discussing the current context and reality of social media. So we'll also be probing the identity of social media now in a post-pandemic world. So after months of rigorous preparation, we're finally here for the social media conference. And I'm just so excited to be able to convene this. And we'll be asking a lot of questions that will be arising, and a lot of people want to find out what's it exactly that we'll be discussing for the next few days. So this conversation's already started 2 weeks ago, where we hosted 2 Twitter spaces with 2 exciting facilitators on the gig economy and digital privacy and online safety. So today, here with me, I am joined by our esteemed guests, our online audiences, our cooperation partners, and other dignitaries who will be attending online, all protocol observed. So we'll be live streaming this on TV just as a reminder, and this is also being broadcast on social media and on Zoom for those who will be following keenly under the hashtag of Uganda Social Media and Cast for Democracy. So over the next 2 days, we will use this platform to dialogue, to collaborate and exchange ideas on social media, and probe how this has played a new role in shaping geopolitical debate online. Because we need to acknowledge the fact that social media is an emerging phenomenon. Each year that goes by, it morphs into a platform that's just more than connecting. So we're starting to see that social media is a very powerful tool that people use now, because it's also changed the way we communicate. Recently, based on an article that was published in The Economist, we found out that data is now the new oil. So this is an interesting fact that we need to acknowledge. The top 10 companies in the world that are listed in the stock exchange are technology companies, and among these are social media companies. So today, under some of the sessions that we'll be hosting, we'll be discussing some of the influencing factors that have led to this. So one of the things that we'll be putting across is to understand the issues and also probe who sets the rules of engagement for these companies on social media. So we'll also be keen on understanding the role of the government, and we will also be examining if governments have abdicated their role to social media companies. And we'll also be discussing the topic of digital politics. So we will also be able to find out what role individuals, what role civil society organizations, and what role government is playing in driving digital politics online. So one of the key themes that people will be sharing about today is the theme of freedom of speech, access to information, and data. So the speakers today will give us some perspective on these concerns that are being raised. I will not take a very long time introducing the panels. I want to take this opportunity to invite the country director of the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, who will give her opening remarks on the subject and introduce the panels. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to all of you who are present here at the Sheraton Hotel. And of course, good morning, dear users and followers online. A warm welcome to all of you who socialize online and share all kinds of information. A warm welcome to all of you who deliberately offer an insight into your professional and private life, who provide information on the current and previous employers and on colleagues of yours, who share their wide network of contacts, who give insights into their relationship status, your movement details, your consumption habits, your health statistics, and you name it. You are truly a great source, and it is much appreciated by those who sell, by those who want to have your vote, by those who seek your support, by those who look out for you to join their ranks, by all those whom you can think of and all those whom you are not even aware of. All of them are there in the World Wide Web, looking out for you and your data to use and misuse it. Are you aware? What are you doing to protect your data? Or are you among those who use information shared on social media to improve your outreach, to inform, to increase your business opportunities, to advocate for a good cause, and seek for support and members for your organization? Well, most likely you belong to both categories, unless you do not use social media at all. Data has become the most valuable source. Data collection is not good or bad per se. The way how we use data, however, can empower or destroy. In the coming few years, either tech will destroy democracy and the social order as we know it, or politics will stamp its authority over the digital world. This is not coming from me. This is how Jamie Bartlett, the author of the book, The People versus Tech, introduces into his book. So let us talk about it. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is the 6th edition of the Social Media Conference. And the Social Media Conference is organized by the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, Uganda and South Sudan, and is the very first edition to take place in the digital space only, on social media. Thank you for joining us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and for watching us on NBS this morning. For those who are now watching us on television, I'd like to extend our invitation to you to also join the conference online, as most of its content will be taking place online on social media. To find out more about the program of this year's social media conference, about its experts who have joined us, and the way how you can also become part of the event online, please visit our website, socialmedia.ug. And please be aware that the session and the broadcast on TV, on NBS TV, will end at 11:30 And we then invite all of you to remain with us online. The social media conference aims at bringing together key stakeholders from civil society, government, media, academia, and the general public to exchange perspectives and ideas on the state and impact of social media on politics and society. It seeks to highlight both the challenges as well as the opportunities that social media and their usage present. This year's edition is running under this theme, Digital Democracy in a Post-Pandemic Era. And we have put post into brackets. It is a human nature to hope for the best, to hope that we will overcome the pandemic and there will be such period as post-pandemic. But can we be sure? Is it not more realistic, and all evidence suggests so, that after one pandemic, we will need to get prepared for another one? And does this current pandemic have the same impact on people's life around the globe? Which impact, in particular, did the COVID-19 pandemic have and continues to have when it comes to social media and their usage? Is it the same worldwide? Did it help people to stay connected while physically apart? Or did it expose people to new threats online that includes threats to our health? Did it allow for more social and political empowerment, or did it contribute to more control over societies, more social fragmentation and radicalization? Did the pandemic help to advance in legislation to protect online users? Or did it accelerate the power of manipulation and increase the threats to democracies? Who gained more influence over the last 20 months over the internet's layers and decision-making processes? And let me continue with the different questions and scenarios. And let us discuss what is more probable and what kind of impact we can expect from certain developments that we perceive, and which active role we want to play to contribute to a scenario that we consider the most preferable one. Number one, has the pandemic helped us to move faster towards the joint governance of the internet, as preferred by the supporters of the so-called multi-stakeholder approach, who oppose too much government intervention into the development, regulation, and management of the internet as a global network of networks? Those who do so advocate for involving different stakeholders into the development, regulation, and management of the internet. Among them, civil society, governments, but also the tech giants. They therefore advocate for a shared responsibility in order for the internet and social media to remain platforms for free and equal access, as engine for new business models and platforms, as well as possibilities to exercise human rights, such as freedom of speech and assembly. The second scenario, are we moving faster towards the so-called cyberspace sovereignty, where states exercise control over the internet within their national borders, or even try to export this model to other countries, a process that is set to cause the fragmentation of the global network and replace it by multiple local, national, and regional networks with no information flow between them. A process that allows the national governments to regulate the content and the access to websites and services, and the process that turns the internet and social media as an immanent part of the internet into means of surveillance. Scenario number 3. Is it naive to think that governments at all can have any kind of control about what is happening in the digital space? and that this field is controlled by tech giants who alone set the rules of the game and whose financial dividends and their own values are the only criteria for what is allowed or not to take place on their platforms. And whose interests then do they represent? Are they overtaking the powers of elected representatives of the people? And can we still call the social media platforms social? Let us talk about it. This year, we have prepared a wide range of topics, and allow me to highlight them. One topic is named Digital Diplomacy, the rise of algorithms and implications for big tech in African institutions, governments, and individuals. We have a topic on social media and elections in Africa. A theme tackling emerging digital threats, extremism, trafficking, and radicalization. We will have discussions on the rise of global social movements, on the impact of social media on mental health, on reframing the climate change agenda on social media, and last but not least, citizen journalism versus digital newsrooms. We are looking forward to these debates, the different perspectives shared, as well as new ideas. My name is Anna Reisman. I'm country director of the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung Uganda and South Sudan, and I'm pleased to welcome you, our viewers and participants online, as well as our esteemed experts who have joined us today and will join us tomorrow, to the 6th edition of the Social Media Conference. To us, you are a source of information, knowledge, experience, and ideas, giving us the opportunity to learn and to engage in a critical debate about digital democracy in a post-pandemic era. I would now like to invite our first keynote speaker, who is joining us from the comfort of his home, Dr. William Tayebwa, Senior Lecturer and Research Fellow of the American Council of Learned Societies. I am very pleased and honored to have you with us today and to share with us your views on the topic New Actors, New Voices, the rebirth of social media and digital politics in Africa. Before, though, I give you the floor and you can share your insights and your knowledge with us, we will continue to share our stream online on social media channels. Please follow us on CAS Uganda and NBS. We invite all of you again to engage into the conversation by posting your questions on the online platforms and by following our hashtags. And now, Dr. William Tayebwa, the floor is yours. Thank you for being with us. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Anna Reisman, Country Director, CAS Uganda. It is my absolute delight for the second time being invited to give a keynote at this very important event of the social media conference. Am I loud enough? Am I audible? Hello there.
Do we have Dr. with us? Is he being seen on social media? Okay. Can you have him? He's here on the screen as well, please.
Thank you. Arnold. Hello, can you hear me loud and clear? Can I get feedback from the room, please?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, thank you very much. Let me know, please, when I can start, when we have said.
Yes, you can begin.
Oh, thank you very much. So I want to thank our great partners, Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung. Thank you very much, Madam Anna Reisman, Country Director, CAS Uganda, for the kind introduction. I thank CAS Uganda for inviting me for yet a second time to have a conversation on these important topics of our time, particularly on the role of social media in many facets of society, but for this particular keynote this morning on the role of social media in our politics. I'm honored that this is my second time to speak about these issues with Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, the first time having been in 2016. And it is my honor to be back. The objective really of my conversation with you this morning is to put across broad points for us to reflect on going forward. I know that we have very able speakers throughout the many sessions, and I would be very happy to participate in as many of them. And these speakers will be able to address the specific issues about the theme of the conference. So, in other words, what I'm saying is, allow me to lay broad points upon which we can be able to take this reflection forward. And I'm glad that Madam Reisman has pointed out the role of the space, of the state, the role of civil society, the role of tech giants, and most importantly, the role of citizens in these conversations. I will be able to present to Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung a complete paper that I've written about this topic. And as an academic, our role in most cases is to reflect upon the work that has been done by others, appreciate that, and then be able to see how those conversations by other thinkers inform our own reflections. So I don't want to take you through a very long academic reflection on theories of social media. First of all, in the paper that you are going to receive, I lay the ground of this keynote in the concept of the network society. And those of you who have engaged with this concept, we know that it was first proposed in the early mid-1990s by Spanish sociologist Manuel Castells, who painted a very bleak picture of especially us in sub-Saharan Africa when he talked about, the network society, by proposing that if we don't pull up our socks, we would fall into the black hole of informational capitalism. So I'll look at that in the detailed paper that I will share with you later on. I go ahead to look at the emergence and primacy of social media networks, looking at the African context, but also the Ugandan context, and disapprove Manuel Castells' bleak picture of how we are doing. So again, some of these issues will be addressed in relative detail by some of my colleagues. And then, most importantly, in the paper, I will also link the concept of the network society to democracy, to the working of politics. And to that, I refer to a German sociologist that is very well known. This is a German organization, so it is fair enough to refer to a very prominent German sociologist, Jürgen Habermas, on his concept of the public sphere. And the fact that the public sphere from our perspective, which includes social media, is an arena where citizens come together to exchange opinions regarding public affairs, to discuss, to deliberate, and eventually form public opinion on issues that matter to them. So these are the broad theoretical frameworks on which my paper that I will share with Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, that I know they often develop into a publication to be shared widely with the global audience, will be able to benefit from that. But for the benefit of the theme this morning, of this session this morning, I would want us to start our reflection on the exact theme of the conference, which is on digital democracy. And I want, dear participants, us as Ugandans, but also the global community, to reflect on this concept of democracy and the varied meanings that it has come. We know that very many political science scholars have belabored an extensive analysis of the components and types of democracy, noting how complex and varied the concept is and the practice of democracy is, based on geographical location, the level of freedom, sometimes ethnic and religious influence, and many other factors. However, all of them agree that democracy entails the responsibility of a collectivity, of people to decide on the mode of how they want to be governed. Well, allow me to just time myself so that I do not overshoot my time. So that I think I have 25, 30 minutes. So kindly, moderator, when I'm 5 minutes to go, please feel free to interject so that I don't overshoot my time. So in the case of Uganda, the definition of our mode of democracy is best exemplified in 3 articles in our constitution. And this is very important because when we look later on, when I look at some of the new actors and the new voices that the topic I'm addressing talks about, Article 1 of our constitution comes into play. And Article 1 states that all power belongs to the people, who shall exercise their sovereignty in accordance with the constitution. In clause 2, it adds that without limiting the effect of clause 1, all authority in the state emanates from the people of Uganda, and the people shall be governed through their will and consent. Subsequent articles in the constitution stipulate how the people can exercise their sovereignty through, for instance, elections at various levels as enshrined in Article 59 to 76 under the theme of representation of the people. However, the sovereignty is also guaranteed through, for instance, Article 29 of the Constitution, that we know guarantees the protection of freedom of conscience, freedom of expression, freedom of movement, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly, and freedom of association. And these articles are extremely important in our reflection about democracy and our role in this exercise of democracy. Another significant article that is less talked about for the benefit of nurturing democracy is Article 17 in our constitution. That article stipulates the duties of us as citizens, which include to represent the rights, to respect the rights and freedoms of others, F, to cooperate with lawful agencies in the maintenance of law and order, H, to register for electoral and other lawful purposes, I, to combat corruption and misuse and wastage of public property. And taking Article 1 and 17, as well as 29, within the context of the theme, gives us a full picture of what our democracy entails. it is indeed through our will and consent that we should be governed, specifically through an observance of our freedoms. However, we also have duties as citizens to make the democracy work as stipulated in Article 17, that is often forgotten or less cited. The above short discussion on democracy and politics brings us to one aspect of the keynote theme, which is the rebirth of social media and digital politics in Africa. The rebirth of social media and digital politics in Africa. In my view, this sentence can perhaps be best appreciated by drawing on events in the last decade, particularly the phenomenon that has come to be known as the Arab Spring, whose genesis is attributed in several actions, but at least one single action is very important for us to note. That action of Muhammad Bouazizi with his self-immolation in protest of police corruption and ill treatment in Tunisia in December of 2010, which brought down the 23-year regime of President Zine El Abidine Ben Ali. The actions were captured and shared in real time via social media networks. Thereafter, Egypt followed, as we know, with a popular uprising that started in January 2011, leading a few days later to the resignation of President Hosni Mubarak in February of 2011. In the same month, other protests were organized using social media in Bahrain, in Yemen, in Syria, and in Libya. In the case of Libya, the uprising turned into a civil war, dragging in French, British, and American air forces, intervening against Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, whom we know was eventually captured and killed on the 20th of October, 2011, thus plunging the country into civil war that has just started to abate. The case of the Arab Spring, therefore, and the particular use of social media networks to organize and rise up to force despotic regimes out of power has been debated by scholars for now a decade. And all discussions, scholarly and at policy level, always cite the example of the Arab Spring. But turning to Uganda, a number of cases abound where social media has been used directly in electropolitics, but also in mobilizing action against bad governance in a host of areas that include health. And I've seen very many panels that really deal with some of these issues on health, economics, environment, and many others, as the presenters in the various sessions will be telling us. Whereas subsequent sessions will discuss these issues in relative detail, suffice to note some of the most outstanding cases, starting with the most recent 2020 elections, but also I will throw some reflections on previous elections, such as the 2011 and 2016 elections. The key characteristics of the 2021 elections, as we know, presidential and parliamentary elections, were conducted under stringent restrictions, as the theme of the social media conference attests: digital democracy in a post-pandemic world. So a key characteristic was that the elections were held in very stringent conditions as part of efforts to curb the spread of COVID-19 by banning physical rallies, and encouraged aspirants to explore alternative options of engaging potential voters. This was later revised to allow up to 200 supporters at a single rally. Those elections, as we know, were dubbed scientific elections because of the invitation to use social media, but also traditional mass media by candidates to mobilize and conduct other electoral processes. There were many striking characteristics within the 2021 elections, which have implication on our reflection on the character of democracy and politics in the country. These characteristics also help us reflect on the subtopic of new voices and new actors within our keynote topic. We therefore start by asking ourselves, within the 2021 elections, who were the new voices and who were the new actors? What defines newness? Is it the faces? Yes, maybe, but also the mode of engagement. On the Ugandan political scene, it cannot be denied that the momentous shift in the 2021 presidential and parliamentary elections was the entry of many unconventional political actors, especially coming from the new party, also rather unconventional, the National Unity Platform, led by a rather unconventional politician, Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, popularly known as Bobby Wine, and his National Unity Platform. The newness of Honorable Kyagulanyi and his NUP party was at many levels, but first were the loud voices of the youth, who in Ugandan politics are actually old actors, because we know a couple of the political actors we have right now started as youth, careers as youth. But in the current dispensation, most of these youth consider themselves disenfranchised and neglected by the mainstream political class. Secondly, the modes of political organizing via social media platforms, while not necessarily new, was of such magnitude in the 2021 season that the state was almost overwhelmed in running battles with youth, especially in the central region. Most significant, the theme chosen by Honorable Kyagulanyi, which is people power, our power, re-echoed what we've just cited in Article 1 of the Constitution. Therefore, the people power movement sought to unite Ugandans on issues such as ending human rights, abuse, corruption, and redefining the rule of law with a focus on young Ugandans. It was primarily sparked by civil unrest, with President Yoweri Museveni extending his presidency after he announced plans to extend his third longest term in Africa by seeking re-election in 2021. But at another important level, Honorable Kyagulanyi brought something unique to the political scene that was rather difficult to decipher. In the first place, he was not a former Bush war hero like the previous ones, or for instance, Dr. Kizza Besigye, or a well-known politician like, for instance, Honorable Mama Mbabazi and several other previous major contenders. Another significant feature that was in a characteristic of Honorable Kyagulanyi, which I also see as a key new voice, by also a couple of new actors that come in, was music as a new voice in our politics. We know Honorable Kyagulanyi's rise to political prominence could be traced to his music career. As early as the previous 2016 electoral cycle, Honorable Kyagulanyi included very explicit political messages in his music on the 2016 election. For example, we recall his song titled Situka, or Stand Up, Wake Up, whose defining lyric went like, and I want to cite it here: when our leaders have become misleaders and mentors have become tormentors, when freedom of expression becomes the target of oppression, opposition becomes our position. Very powerful words. But we also know that we're back in 2007, and this is also very important, as you know, a new voice and new actors in our politics. His song Ghetto, which spoke about his upbringing in Kampala and advocated for the better treatment of Ugandan slums, was to become in 2021 a key feature since Ugandan politics became ghettoized by, for example, candidate Yoweri Museveni engaging non-ghetto musicians, such as Butcherman, on the campaign trail. We also know that candidate Museveni put significant financial resources to assist youth living in the ghetto. So these are clearly new voices and new actors in our politics. We also remember that Honorable Kyagulanyi, political rhetoric within music did not stop since 2017, as he gained a seat in parliament for the Chadondo East constituency. In that year, he released his song titled Freedom. In that particular song, the self-proclaimed ghetto president addresses President Yoweri Museveni directly by advocating for an end to unemployment, corruption, and denouncing free speech violations in the country. We recall that when the song went viral in Uganda and among the diaspora community, the Uganda Communications Commission banned the song on radio and other official public platforms hardly a month after its release. However, we all know that Kyagulanyi's voice in his political charged songs continued to proliferate far and wide through social media. It's also important to recall that President Yoweri Museveni himself was known to use the vehicle of music in his politics. We recall that in 2010, 2011 electoral season, candidate Museveni appealed to youth voters and the nation by recording a rap song titled "You Want Another Rap," which he performed complete with mainly Runyankole folkloric remixes and backup vocals in what we know now as Mpenkoni Mpenkoni, or Give Me a Walking Stick. We recall that the rap video was uploaded on YouTube and it went viral, particularly among the Ugandan online community. It also gained popularity as a ringtone, caller tune, and an unofficial party anthem. In the subsequent electoral season of 2016, candidate Museveni released yet another pop folk song titled Yengoma, loosely meaning the drum, a traditional symbol of power in Uganda that at the start was a hit, but somehow lost traction. But in the most recent 2020-21 electoral season, most likely because of his main challenger being a prominent musician, candidate Museveni engaged in a rather prominent manner a host of Ugandan artists and musicians to endorse his candidature. They included personalities such as Full Figure, or Jennifer Namutebi, Catherine Kusasira, and many others. We also know that candidate Museveni, his campaign launched the Tubonga Nawe, or We Are With You, relic that gained traction throughout Uganda in support of candidate Museveni. We also note that around the same time, Tubonga Nawe was launched, candidate Kyagulanyi also released his single titled Dembe, or Peace, in which he continued to encourage opposition towards candidate Museveni, citing his political greed in altering the Ugandan constitution in order to extend his presidency. The significance of social media in electoral politics cannot be denied. And therefore, it is important to recall that the new voices and the new actors that we've noted about above in the performing arts transacted most of their business online using social media. That's why it is important for us to take stock of the key characteristics of those engagements. I will therefore mention a few, because I know that in the subsequent sessions, very many of my colleagues and over these 2 days will be able to highlight other manifestations of how social media has been used to engage in the political space.
Just a reminder, Doctor. Just a reminder about time.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
How many minutes?
I think you can wrap up maybe in like about 5 minutes or so.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So I want to highlight the significance of social media in electoral politics by pointing out a few examples, those that has been highlighted in several reports, starting with a study in 2021 by the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, which observed that the WhatsApp use in 2021 parliamentary elections in Uganda showed that it has become a ubiquitous part of the electoral campaign toolbox of parliamentary participants, aspirants across Uganda. And we also know that this was the same for the presidential elections. Two, a November 2020 report published by Finders Lab measured several variables on each of the nominated candidates over social media, including a key aspect of whether any of the social media engagements or influencers were actually posts. The bottometer machine learning algorithm returned possible hits of both like characteristics for candidate Museveni and candidate Kyagulanyi. And most important, I think, the CAS, a joint report by the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung with the African Institute for Investigative Journalism, reported how online spaces were used as manipulative tools during Uganda's 2020 general elections. The report highlights very many issues, one of them being digital voter manipulation during the elections. And we know that because of that, we've seen the way some tech giants in those particular elections decided to block several handlers of candidate Yoweri Museveni, which led, of course, to retaliation by government by blocking social media, including Facebook, that remains blocked today. We also know that there are many other instances that have been cited by other reports and agencies such as the collaboration on international ICT policy in East Africa and Southern Africa, CIPESA, that looked at electoral monitoring, mentioning several instances, for instance, the Uchaguzi platform, the Uganda Watch platform. We know that Citizen Election Watch has done a lot of work in that respect as well. We know very many instances of lobbying and activism. Examples that we can cite: Activists for Change, Honor Your Vote, Return Our Money campaign, Ugandans at Heart, and so many others. But we have also noted some worrying trends whereby our new voices and our new actors have been silenced, as I try to wind up. So ladies and gentlemen, our democracy continues to evolve and grow, or rather diminish, as some will say. And we note the multiple efforts and actions put in place to silence the new voices and the new actors of our democracy. The first point of concern that I think will be highlighted by some of my colleagues are the very many laws that have been created to limit the freedoms that we cited earlier on in Article 29 of the Constitution. But we also note the social media shutdowns prior to all the elections in 2011, 2016, and recently in January 2021, and May 2021. We note with concern the passing of the May 2018 Government of Exercise Duty Amendment Act that introduced the Social Media Tax. We also note the most recent action whereby government has made yet another blow to the new and old voices and actors of digital democracy. The government, through the National Bureau for Non-Government Organizations, closed just last week at least 54 non-government organizations that include very prominent ones that have been very active in this sector: Chapter 4, Citizens Election Watch, Citizens Coalition for Electoral Democracy in Uganda, and many others. Therefore, today we join the many voices, as I conclude, to call upon government to resolve any pertinent issues they have with the civil society groups, particularly those that have been closed. I also want to note that civil activism, I want here to encourage those of us who are engaged in civil activism. The material of civil activism is made of resilience. It is made of ubiquity and the ability to adapt and adopt to new modes. So I really want to call upon our civic actors to be more proactive in their measures to promote digital rights and protect civic space. And probably the most, given the trends that we are watching, probably the most interesting engagement could be through lobbying government, lobbying our donors and powerful governments across the world. As we note that the internet is the latest frontier of control and data continues to become the currency of the future, we see government involvement in efforts to manipulate the online discourse. And this is going to increase. And therefore, we who are engaged in this space, let us not be discouraged. Let us continue to engage through very many other avenues. Citizen journalism has been a very important factor, but also civic engagement with government, civic engagement with civil society. Let the conversations continue, the activism continue online in the spaces that are still open to us. And by so doing, I think those new actors and new voices will continue to ensure that the rebirth of social media in our digital politics, in our digital democracy, will continue to thrive, not only on the African continent, but in Uganda that we love very much. So I really want to thank you very much for inviting me. I want to promise that some of the disjointed pointers that I've made in my keynote will be captured in a more systematic manner in the report that I will be able to submit to Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung that will be uploaded, I believe, for our audience to be able to engage with those conversations in a more systematic manner so that we can continue this conversation now and going forward. I want to thank you very much and wish us wonderful deliberations in the many subsequent sessions that I can see are very exciting. And I look forward to engaging with you now and in future on these important topics that I've highlighted in my keynote address. Thank you very much.
Dr. Tayewa, that was a very powerful presentation from him on digital democracy, and he makes very interesting points on the emerging political movements in Uganda and their current context on social media, the people power movement, and how other political parties are engaging the youth on social media. He mentions the digital constituencies and the various roles that are influencing their advocacy online. Without taking much time, I would like to invite the next panel, which is the main plenary, which will be joining us for the panel on digital diplomacy. You're welcome. So the other panelist, Nima, the founder of Policy.org, will be joining us virtually from Berlin, where she will be presenting her contributions to the panel. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Nicholas. Good morning, everyone. Let me just start here. My name is Alex Taremwa. I am a teaching assistant and journalist at the Aga Khan Graduate School of Media and Communications in Nairobi. My panel is the known man who wears multiple hats, Awel Uwihangane, who today prefers to be introduced as the founder of the Leo East African Institute. Right next to him is Moses Owinyi. Moses is the executive director of the Center for Multilateral Affairs, Uganda. As you heard, Nima Aya is in Berlin, but she'll be joining us remotely. She is the founder of Policy with a double L, Policy.org, but she's also a women affairs advisor to Facebook. The conversation we're having this morning is very important. It has shaped so many global affairs, especially in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic, that has meant that diplomacy that was previously a conversation had in big conferences like these in New York at the United Nations, at the G7 summit, at the G5 summit, now has to happen in remote places, boardrooms, on Zoom, spaces, and so many of these other technological platforms. There is a new phenomenon now called diplomacy, which is the diplomacy on Twitter, that currently has about 163 countries. 98 of those represented, 97% of the countries under the UN are represented on Twitter by the foreign affairs ministers and those that handle government accounts. So the conversation we're going to have now is, what then does social media help us as governments, as individuals, and as tech platforms harmonize these conversations so that we can A, communicate better as governments, 2, improve relations as countries, because the idea of diplomacy is how countries relate to one another and how that relationship then progresses as we move into the new dispensation of what we call the fourth industrial revolution. To start this conversation, I'd like to invite one more panelist who is not here. Anna. Yes. Please, please. I have a rather unbalanced panel, and I would like this to shake up a little bit. Anna is the country director of the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, and she's the host of this conversation, but for purposes of replacing Ambassador Adonia Ayebare, who is Uganda's designated United Nations, I would like her to take up that space so we can get this conversation started. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Moses, to briefly introduce us this concept of digital diplomacy and tell us how it manifests in as far as this space of social media is concerned. Thank you. You're very welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex, and viewers and participants in the room. Before I talk about the concept of digital diplomacy, I think it is important to recognize first the concept of diplomacy in its classical terms, because diplomacy has existed for a very long time, as early as 14 BC. So digital diplomacy is a new form. I think it takes a new form of, electronic medium or advancements in technology that supports, how diplomatic goals are achieved by nation states. But I think classical diplomacy, or diplomacy of the whole time, basically relied on how states construct relationships between and among themselves in ways that enable them to achieve their national interests, but also foreign policy goals. And typically of a diplomat was the role to represent their nation states in nation states' interests in foreign countries or in countries where they are hosted, but also to work with their host, governments to determine areas of common interest. But then also, in addition to that, they were tasked with the responsibility to promote political, social, and cultural ties. So the traditional diplomacy basically relied largely on person-to-person communication. Now, when we talk about digital diplomacy, my view is that we are talking about the use of internet technologies or internet-enabled technologies or platforms that enhances that, diplomatic communication. I think that is an important concept that we are here to discuss about. So maybe I can stop there for now.
Yes, thank you. And I wanted to introduce Nima, who is involved very much with Facebook, to help us understand how algorithms have evolved from the time when the platforms were created to the time now that they are being used for politics and now diplomacy. She's very deep in the area of data. So I want Nima to briefly tell us what algorithms are and how they are built to advance conversation, but also help people, journalists, governments to reach bigger, wider audiences on these social media platforms. Nima? Have we lost?
Thanks for having me, Alex. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so you can hear me fine, right? Just confirming. Excellent. Okay, so I feel like this would be a really cool opportunity to have holograms. Like I can see the picture of my face on the back of the stage, but it would be like really cool if I was a hologram sitting in that empty chair. Anyway, thank you so much for inviting me. My apologies that I cannot be there in person. COVID has different plans for all of us, but thank you for the question. That's a great start. So an algorithm is basically a set of rules. Like it's very simple if you can think about it that way. So I'll give you an example. Just say you need to buy eggs. So you have to just think about what are the steps you take if you need to buy eggs. So the first step would be you find some money, you leave your house, you go to the store. If the store doesn't have eggs, you go to the next store. If that store doesn't have eggs, you decide, should I go home and give up on the eggs, or should I go to the next store and get some eggs over there? That's just a very simple rule. That is an algorithm. That is the rules that govern these systems. If X is like this, then you do this. If Y is like this, then you do that. So I can give you a more concrete example related to social media, which is event. So for example, media platforms use algorithms. I'll take the example of Facebook to decide what kind of content to show you. So for example, TikTok's algorithm is based on how long you look at content. So if you look at a video for a longer time, it's going to suggest more content similar. So it would say, oh, Nima likes reading and she likes books with women in it. So the next video is going to be a book with another book that has a woman in it, something like that, right? But when you think about it more broadly, beyond capitalism, because the basis of all of this is how can we market more content to you? If you think about it that way, that's what drives most algorithms. How can we maximize profits, minimize labor? And if you think about that in terms of institutions, so what happens when now you're using an algorithm to decide how much care a person with a disability should get? That's when the algorithms, it's not just like TikTok videos that are fun, but it's really people's lives. And not to say that Facebook and these other platforms don't affect lives, for example, when there's a crisis or when there's political turmoil. But the question that you asked me was for the individual and for the institutions. So what has changed is the volume of data that's now available. These platforms collect so much data from you. People always ask the question, oh, I mentioned XYZ to my friend and now it's popped up in Facebook and now it's on this website. And that's all the data it's collecting from you all the time. Your voice, how long you look at something, where you spend your time. All that data is like a massive database that has information on you, and that is used to make decisions about your social benefits or how you access services. And I do want to give space to the other speakers, so I just wanted to quote a really interesting study that came out about a week or two ago. And this study was done in Europe by the Center for the Governance of Change. And it said that 1/3 of people in Europe prefer AI to decide social welfare rather than servant. So 1/3 of Europeans would rather have an algorithm decide their benefits than a human being. But even more crazy, 51% of Europeans in this study support reducing the number of parliamentarians and giving those jobs to an algorithm. And in the age group of 25 to 34, that number is as high as 60%. So 60% of young people want to get rid of politicians and technocrats and give their jobs to an algorithm, which I think it's such a big shift, and it's going to change the world if instead of people in parliament, you have algorithms. So I hope that gives you an idea on the background of algorithms and kind of where we're going with that. So thank you for that question.
It does, and it sets in motion my next question to you, Awel. I know you've worked with the Government Interaction Center, so I just wanted to understand from your perspective, how has your work or this government known that these algorithms have been around, and how have you maneuvered that space with that knowledge as a backdrop?
Yes, thank you, Alex. So I think, first of all, just tying into the whole concept of digital diplomacy and understanding the role of these tech companies and their role within this conversation, but also just on the backdrop of what Emma just shared with us in terms of what algorithms are and what their place are going forward in terms of how citizens engage with the state, but also how states deal with each other and how the state deals with its citizens. I think it's the idea of having a vibrant and intentional diplomacy with tech companies between African institutions or African governments, or even governments anywhere in the world, really. I think it's of extreme importance to institutions, particularly in Africa, because most of these tech companies are not based out of our countries. They are based in the Western countries. So the level of how much influence they have on increasingly on our operations, on our activities, on our policies, and also how informing the citizen and public perception is really huge. So in this case, I'm not sure whether governments or any other institutions can actually just disregard this whole idea of building a vibrant sort of diplomacy with these tech companies. First of all, I think that the size of these companies, for example, if you take, for example, Facebook is 2.5 billion people, 2.7 billion people around the world. So that's 1 billion people more than the whole of the African continent combined. So that's already like a continent of itself that is continuously engaging with each other in more ways than we engage as Africans physically, because we don't have something that brings us together as Africans in that way. But people on Facebook around certain causes and certain ideas, they are able to congregate on that. So 2.7 billion people on Facebook with over $1 trillion worth in terms of revenue and everything. So you can't ignore Facebook in a way that it doesn't matter, because if it chooses to focus on you as a country, even though you're sovereign, so the concept of sovereignty and influence, I think, then becomes an issue of discussion. Because even if you're a nation state, even if you take East Africa combined, and Facebook makes it its business to destabilize you or to influence you negatively, it can achieve that. It has the money and it has the platforms. And now we even realize that even when you block all possible ways of accessing it, citizens have a way of still using these very popular platforms. When I was preparing for this conference, I looked into like how many Ugandans are using Facebook, for example, today, even after Facebook has been blocked in Uganda. Out of the 3 million people who are actual users, about like 2.2 million to 2.5 million people are still using it through VPN. So I think we can't, whether it's at the nation state level, but particularly in Africa, where we don't even have oversight over these big companies. Apple, for example, I was just reading, again, preparing for this session, and Apple as a company is over $1.something trillion worth again. And just out of selling AirPods, which is just what you use to just, you know, as just to listen to your calls or play music or whatever. Just last year, they made over 30-point-something billion, which is way above, for example, Uganda's GDP. So how do we deal with this sort of situation? I think my thoughts are that we can find strategic ways of institutions and governments building relationships with these companies in a way of also trying to push their interests. Increasingly, there are more governments, for example, in Europe, which are setting up consulates in San Francisco, for example, around the Silicon Valley, as a way of accessing the thinking processes and policy making around these companies. So I think to just start off the conversation, I think we don't have much of a choice. We really need to find strategic ways of engaging these companies as a way of protecting ourselves, first of all, but also making sure that we are pushing our own interests.
Conversation is live on NBS television, but from 11:35, we'll be transitioning to our digital platforms, which is CAS Uganda or NBS television on all the digital platforms. So if you see your television moving to another program, it doesn't mean that we have finished, but you can continue with us on those other social media platforms. Anna, I know this is an abrupt call-up, but you have worked not just in Uganda, but also outside of this country. How do you juxtapose our digital diplomacy sort of presence and with the countries where you have worked, and how would you rate our success or failure in that regard?
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much for the question. Let me maybe allow me to come back a little bit to what the panelists have mentioned here already. And I'm thankful for the contribution of Moses to take us back to the word diplomacy, to the explanations of Neymar, who explained to us what algorithms are about. And Awal has also brought out a very important dimension, the dimension of state sovereignty versus influence also of the big techs. If we put all these aspects together, and let me start with algorithm. We know today that it's possible with all the data gathered online for different companies and political actors to target very precisely the group that they want to reach out to. Not only one, as maybe the entire population, but precisely really build different groups. And in the Trump campaign, they were talking about universes of different people. Let's say there was a group that has been targeted precisely, those who haven't been voting for a long time and prefer buying American brand cars. So those people were targeted as most likely to be Trump voters, potential Trump voters. And you can do it with every one of us. You can put each person, each individual into a certain group. And then you, as a politician who wants to influence these groups to target them, you get a company on board that has the data and the potential and the financial means that are provided for the campaign to really start targeting those people. And you have people then basically behind the scenes who are bringing out creative messages so that everyone in our own bubble gets certain information that the others do not get. And we have nice information that we can rely to, and we base our decision-making on the information we receive that the others might not receive at all. So now this is an example of how of how politicians, political parties can try to gather votes in the elections. And here we already have the aspect of, big private companies supporting them and, their particular interests. Now bring in the aspect of diplomacy and bring in other states who have also certain interests in how they want to reach out to people who they consider their competitors at the geopolitical level and who they consider their friends. So, and that brings me a little back to your question, Alex. Let us take as an example Russia or China. We know, and it has been debated quite a lot, that these two countries interfere into the national politics. So, and the question is, how much are you prepared in your own country to the bots, to the different instruments that those countries are using to influence your population? Are you aware? Are you willingly sharing the information with them and let them basically have an impact on your electoral campaigns, for example? Are you even working with them together as a political party? Or are you trying to prevent your social networks and your channels from this interference? And you can have in one state, and this is about state sovereignty, you can have different political parties who are competing for the voters. And some of these parties will work together with external actors. Others will not have the chance. And their messages, therefore, will be left aside. So is this, then we need to take it to the different level. Are the people then in such state, are they still the sovereign? Because the people, at the end, the people are the ones who give the authority and the power to the elected officials. And I think this shows quite well, and this is something that one could question whether Uganda is, for example, or the Ugandans, better put, are aware of this interference and of the interests of the states to support certain political actors or not. And what do Ugandans do about it? And also to find out how different states are interfering into their national politics.
Actually, you've raised a good point. And before I come to you, Moses, let me first go to Nima. I know she's very interested in this. Nima, Anna raised a good point on the bias of these algorithms and how they can make one place an information desert, literally kidnap everything else that they think you might not want and give you those that they might think that you want. I'm wondering, how is this, have we abdicated our role of agenda setting to these tech platforms to give them this much leverage to bias our kind of information consumption? And for you, from your position, what's your reading into that?
Thanks, that's a big question. So basically how it works is that the algorithms are not neutral. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So algorithms are not neutral. As much as people say they are, you know, they say, oh, it's a computer, it's neutral. It's not. Because the developers who make an algorithm are human beings, and human beings as creatures are biased creatures. So whatever bias you have as a human being, that bias kind of gets coded into whatever algorithm you make. So really what happens is, so, I mean, as Anna said, like, it's basically big tech who are setting the agenda. And this is something that is particularly disappointing to me, because this should be the time when countries like Uganda are setting the agenda, right? So this should be the time when they decide, this is what we want and this is what we don't want. It's also very important to say what you don't want. And I think that that is missing, because resistance is very powerful. For example, if you think about automated decision-making, where I said before that you have a computer instead of a human being making decisions for you, Uganda and Ugandans have to decide, is this what we want? Because if not, then you have the two big parties that influence Uganda, which is big tech, and you have donors. And those are the two that are going to drive the agenda if Uganda doesn't step up and say what we want and what we don't want. And I think the point that I really want to make here, regarding all of big tech and how it's governed is, sorry, I lost my train of thought. I think it's important to make that decision. So for example, I think one of the elephants in the room here has been, right, the Facebook being banned, but then many people using Facebook, government entities using Facebook. So I'm not going to defend Facebook, okay? Like, I agree, like I'm on the board of, protecting women, but that doesn't mean I cannot criticize Facebook or say what it does. So I'm not going to say Facebook is an angel or they're great, but blanket banning something that you don't like, because what we found out, so we did a study at Policy where we studied how women politicians use social media, and we used sentiment analysis and machine learning to understand how women politicians in Uganda make use of social media. And what we found out was that they really don't, to any very good extent. And this was very disappointing because social media is a free platform. Yes, you might have to, hire influencers, maybe you have to pay for some ads, but Facebook and Twitter were not being used in any real way where, people knew the features to use. But what was more disappointing was that of the two platforms, women politicians in Uganda were more likely to use Facebook. And that's because on Facebook, we speculate that that's because on Facebook, you can type a lot more, because oftentimes women have to, protect themselves from online violence, but it provides a better platform for long form of communication. And so when you think about the fact that Facebook is banned, then you have to ask, okay, so how are women politicians, or how are politicians altogether communicating with their constituents? Because this was a great platform for women to reach the people that, they're there to serve. And now that the platform's gone, what does that mean? Is there an alternative? Not really. Can women afford radio? No, it's super expensive. Can they go to the communities? No, there's COVID. So it's like, yes, maybe you do have issues with this platform, but that's when you need to step up and say, this is what we want and this is what we don't want. We're going to regulate in this way. We're going to meet with social media companies and say what we want and what we don't want, so that, whatever wrong things they're doing can be corrected as well. So I think it's about meeting halfway. This policy of just banning things you don't like, like ban fintech, ban Twitter, ban Facebook, that really makes countries look unpredictable. And when a country is unpredictable, you can't get investment. When you can't get investment, you can't grow your different sectors. And I strongly believe that the best form of security for a country is that citizens' basic needs are met, whether that's from having a stable job or fulfillment. So I think it's really important that, anyone listening here can really take into account that we need better people governing tech policy. Tech policy is going to be a very, very, very important thing. And we need to think very, very critically about how we're going to steer that for the next 5, 10, 20, 50 years. So that's my take. Thank you.
I'll ask you about that in a moment. But Moses, having defined for us what diplomacy is and drawn for us parallels with the digital diplomacy that we're in now, what would you say, what has been how would you categorize our shift sort of from the traditional diplomacy that you talked about to the digital one, and what are the implications of that for the people who are involved in foreign policy and areas like that?
Thank you, Alex. Like I said, fundamentally, diplomats are classically supposed to communicate their, national interests to their host governments, but they are also supposed to work with the host government to determine areas of common interest, but also pursue political, social, and cultural ties. So typically, that is the role of a diplomat. Mm-hmm. Now, the issue is about the shift in digital diplomacy. Of course, we know that the advancements in the field of information and communication technologies have enhanced the way that diplomats communicate to foreign publics, promote cultural diplomacy, interact with national leaders and the like. And I think that is critical. My view is that diplomats need to be very much concerned and perhaps aware of the challenges that internet technologies and cyberspace in general presents, because it is likely to induce and catalyze conflicts, which diplomats should be able to have the capacity to handle. Having said that, I think that the development of digital technologies in a way does not weaken the traditional concept of diplomacy. I think diplomatic ways of doing business remains and retains relevancy because you still need diplomats who are skilled enough to negotiate international affairs and matters. You still need diplomats that have the capacity and competence to make very careful and smart compromises on behalf of their nation states. And so that is critical. But I think that in the digital age, they need now to understand that there's a lot of complexities that comes with it. If you look currently, there is no global consensus or normative framework that guides how states interact in the cyberspace. And because of that lack of normative standard and framework, states are likely to conflict in the cyberspace. And already states have developed a lot of cyber offensive and defensive capabilities, which is likely to present major challenges to diplomats and diplomatic missions. So how do they navigate such terrains within the changing context? I will give you one example of such, and maybe two. One is, you remember in, I think, maybe 2018, there was an issue where the Canadian foreign minister criticized the government of Saudi Arabia for arresting, rights activists. And it was, criticized over a tweet. It was a tweet that the foreign minister actually tweeted. What happened is that the government of Saudi Arabia responded by severing diplomatic ties with Canada. And in fact, they expelled the Canadian ambassador to Saudi Arabia and recalled theirs. And trade and investment ties were cut. So actions like that are perpetuated in the cyberspace, over internet, over social media, has implications on how other states perceive. And so diplomats must be skilled enough to exercise their intellectual and diplomatic sobriety in ways that does not, undermine, and cause conflicts. The other second example and incident that I would like to draw in this context that diplomats really need to be careful about is, again, navigating the terrain within the context that we don't have a complete international agreement that guide how states behave in the cyberspace. Because of that, you have already seen a lot of tensions perpetuated even in our own country, where diplomatic roles have existed between, has been perpetuated and catalyzed because of actions of certain individuals that are accused of spying on behalf of neighboring countries. But you have developments in technology today that is likely to cause a lot of tension. For example, because of the capabilities, states can degrade an integrated air defense system of a nation state without being detected. And you cannot attribute that attack easily. You cannot be able to determine the motive of that attack. And so diplomats have to comprehend and understand how to navigate across those challenging terrains. In 2007, the Syrian air defense system was attacked by the Israeli Air Force. In fact, the Israeli intelligence and the American intelligence realized that the Syrian government were manufacturing a nuclear facility, and they needed to destroy and degrade it. So how did they do it? Because of the cyber capabilities that the Israeli Air Force had, they were able to penetrate the Syrian air defense system unnoticed. And by that time, Syria was one of the most renowned and effective country in terms of cyber capabilities.
If you
So
could just
so the extent
keep the
that
microphone next to you.
okay, so the extent to which the Israeli intelligence were able to penetrate a Syrian air defense system unnoticed and destroy a nuclear facility presents one of the classical cases of how actions in the cyberspace of internet technologies have implications for diplomats. So diplomats must be very assertive, must be very composed to be able to navigate these terrains and be able to negotiate, because the primary purpose of diplomatic missions is basically to mitigate conflicts, tension, and violence. So your role as a diplomat must be able to understand the terrain and the developments in the field. So to conclude on that, I think they must understand the challenges that we are adding to and be able to deal with it more competently within that context of the internet technologies.
You have given us two challenges, one on diplomatic etiquette and conduct on these platforms, and also another on how to use, if you know you have power, how then do you use it in a less excessive way? And this brings me to a question I wanted to ask you. During the elections, I think Dr. Daewa talked about it. Facebook said there are some accounts that were in the government circles that they flagged for misinformation, whatever it was, and took them down, or just use the algorithm to limit their reach. And the government's reaction here was to just outright ban the platform. And there are other examples of one human being, Mark Zuckerberg. Recently, I think it was in Myanmar, one of his staffers called him early morning and said, there's so much content about a said genocide on a group of people. And him as a person, without consulting anyone, just said, block that from my platform. One person, without consulting anyone, okay, you could have done the right thing to say this information is bad, I don't want it. But if you think about it from a different perspective, if one person has the right to make 30 million people quiet, just one person, where's the control between these tech giants and governments or even individuals participating in this diplomatic digital space?
Thank you, Alex. So at the beginning, I talked about the power of these tech giants and their resources that are at their disposal, but also their unrestrained power. This unrestrained power, which has really made them extremely arrogant, in my view, and this discretionary way of how they take action on what they may deem to be unfriendly, or because there's no way. I mean, where is the oversight that determines, for example, what is, in this case, for Uganda's case, what they said was, they said that a coordinated systematic, what did they call it? As coordinated systematic interference on the elections, trying to influence the elections.
Oh,
I mean, ours the
cameras.
Oh, the cameras. Okay, right. So the microphone is a bit better. So this case of where, for example, Facebook at its own discretion, using a third party, I think some institute in South Africa, which could be activist in its own way of trying to push a particular agenda, relied on what they thought was their data to determine the action that they took, by saying that a government facility, in this case, the Government Citizen Interaction Center, was driving this inauthentic behavior. I mean, I was the head of the GCIC. And I sat with Facebook, the team, the policy team. You know, the policy team in Nairobi for Facebook didn't even know what was going on. I first got this information in the middle of the night from a friend of mine in New York. You know, they didn't know. So when I reached out to them, they said, oh, let me get back to you. So the action which was taken even without the knowledge of their policy team in East Africa. In this case, a team which would have otherwise been able to know what the actual engagements were on the ground. So I think the unrestrained power of these tech giants we have to find a way of, I think, of controlling it. And unfortunately for us—
Is that way you banning it?
No, I don't
that
think,
was what
I
you
don't,
did.
no, well, that's not me.
Okay.
That was not me. I didn't take that decision. But I think in my view, I mean, that was the only, probably, not the only, but I can understand the frustration on the leadership. You wake up one day, you're in the middle of a campaign and your campaign teams, all their social media teams out because of connection to some activity which was happening. Now, it is also true that almost every single political party around the world.
Just to interrupt you, I'll get back to you. I just wanted to remind those who are watching us on NBS television that we are now transitioning into digital platforms as I earlier intimated. So please, if you could follow us on CAS Uganda or NBS television, you can still find us for a second half of this conversation. I will.
Right. I could understand the frustration on the leadership of the country that made the decision to do that, because perhaps that was the only tool available to them to do that. Because I mean, what do you do in these kind of situations? You wake up one morning and your campaign platforms are taken out by a decision made arbitrarily without even actually engaging. I sat down with them and I tried to understand where this action came from. And honestly, they just couldn't give me a convincing answer, because I know, for example, I was not involved in inauthentic and coordinated behavior. I was not involved in that. So I think the challenge we have is that every single party around the world uses social media to push their political agenda. So in Uganda's case and in the NRM's case, there was nothing wrong with and the NRM or even the NUP, which I think was also aggressively using social media to push the political agenda. There was nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? If there were anything wrong within politics, how do you, for example, the case of Brexit in the UK, I mean, the Conservative Party or a group within the Conservative Party used the algorithms that we're talking about and manipulated them in a way. It was effective in a way of driving. It was coordinated, systematic, and they drove the Brexit agenda and they achieved it. So what has been, for example, the fallout from that? We know the people who are involved. Dominic Cummings, who was the lead of this effort, who is on record to say that, went on to become the communications director at number 10 in the UK. So where were the sanctions on the number 10 in the UK on that? But Uganda being a very poor country, we don't have this power of influence and oversight, and an arbitrary decision like that could be made. So I really think that was, for me, it was very painful because it's almost humiliating. You know, it reminds you of your place within the global context of things, because as a country, you don't have even a say. But that also is to say that on our part, we have to also understand these institutions, these organizations, these companies. How do they really operate? Who are the people who inform the decision-making process? Like diplomacy, as my colleague has ably put it, you have to engage. Because even right now, we have engagements with the United States. It's one of the most powerful countries in the world, and so many other countries. And we have I suppose we have a very good diplomatic engagement. So I believe that we can also build a framework where we can, for example, determine the sort of work these companies, the data they mine from our countries, from our citizens, but also there should be some sort of reporting systems. We should know what they're doing. How are they using the data they are mining? Because ultimately the internet has become a place where we all are benefiting from in one way or the other. For example, I was just preparing for this session. I was very surprised to find that like Eddie Kenzo owned, I think earns almost over 160 million Uganda shillings a year by putting his content on YouTube. So the internet is extremely important. It's extremely necessary. These platforms like Google, which is, Google and Facebook and all that, have become critical tools for the younger generation who are now very apt at utilizing these algorithms again to be able to create business and create opportunity. So we also want that for the younger generation to happen. So I think it's Uganda is just not unique. Sorry, just finished. Uganda is not unique. Remember, we just in the last couple of months, Donald Trump, a former president of the United States, his platforms were taken away just like that. But to their credit is, I mean, they create what they use, user policies and whatever. And for Donald Trump, I think being an American president, but even then, I think that was quite high.
He was the most followed diplomat by the platform.
Yeah, he was running
anyway.
his whole policy on those platforms. So I think globally, we just need to have a conversation about how do we regulate these things, you know? I don't know if you guys remember The Matrix, the movie The Matrix. When we watched The Matrix, it was just this movie and algorithms creating things, but now it has become real. Yeah, it's become real. So,
Anna, from our submission, there's almost some resignation that there's not much we can do, and that suggests, in the context of our commercial, we're discussing digital diplomacy, but there are those who would say this is digital tyranny from both sides of the divide. You know, I'll give you two examples. In Uganda, after the elections, the embassy of Germany in Uganda congratulated the elect president, and there was outburst from consumers in Uganda that even forced them to delete that message unnecessarily. Another one, the US embassy here made a Facebook post about GMOs, and it started all this fire that was almost unprovoked. So the users are arbitrary, angry people, if you will, and the tech giants on the other side are also arbitrary, angry people. Where does that leave us, you know, the diplomat? Where does leave, which space do we then, you know, occupy in that area?
Thank you, Alex. I wouldn't like to call them angry people. I would rather refer to Nima, what she said. We are all biased as human beings. We are all biased no matter where we are. Are we in political offices or are we running private companies? That's the human nature. So, and I also do not think that listening to Awal, that he is speaking from the point of view of resignation. Knowing Awal and his work, it's just not true. I think he's just suggesting that we need to engage into this debate. So working for a political foundation as ours, we advocate for democracy. And we can, of course, see how efficient the democracy be, what shortcomings the democracy can have. But what is the core principle of democracy? It is to limit the power of those who get into the positions that give them power. And democracy has brought up principles how to limit the power of certain actors. We have the division of powers, for example, between the executive, legislative, judiciary, between the different branches. We have the division of powers when we talk about the national state, you know, the regions, the local level. We talk about the division of powers when it comes to certain terms, how long somebody can remain in power, and so on. How do we limit the power of tech giants? This is the question. So if we could, with our democratic institutions and based on democratic principles, and these are the principles we advocate for, if we could come with solutions how to limit the power. Now, I think we as population across the world can also come to a consent how to limit the power of tech giants. And these should be transparent principles that should be known by everyone. And just as we expect from the governments to, to be responsible, but also to show to their population what they are achieving, how they are doing it, how they are, live up to the standards, the democratic standards that we have put in place, the same we should expect from the tech giants. Once we have games of rules set out, they should also be able to show everyone how they play along the line of these rules. So I think what we are talking here is the normative framework for different interactions. And for us to know what tech giants allow or not allow, for example, the governments, the civil society organizations, the private companies to take place on the platforms. And what are the games of the rules for them to regulate the content. Mm-hmm. And the way how they regulate the content, the decision about what to take down or not shouldn't be left to those who just run these companies. Mm-hmm. It should also be regulated in which way do different institutions, and I would say democratically elected institutions, play a part or role in this decision-making procedure.
All right. So you also raised two important things that Nima had, in a way, talked about when she mentioned issues of policy and how we can make that like a law sort of, so that we know how this governance system is going to work, both for us, the users, and for the tech giants. So Nima, I wanted to ask you exactly how can this policy organization work? How can we craft a small country like Uganda, yet even the big players in the US, summoned Mark Zuckerberg to Congress to explain how Cambridge Analytica came by this data that they used to quote unquote influence the 2016 election. You saw how even the congressmen did not seem to understand platforms, in almost clueless questions and getting answers that they couldn't comprehend. So how do we start then to develop policies to restrict how these big, huge, rich tech giants play in our small geographical areas?
Wow, I think if I had the answer to that, I would I would have the answer to the most pressing questions of our time. But I think, and yeah, this is of course just my opinion, right? That's the whole point. I think that the way the current legal system is set up doesn't work for big tech, doesn't work with the speed at which tech moves. For example, like here in Europe, we have the GDPR, and every single time you log onto a website, you have to accept cookies, like every time. And so for every time I'm looking for a recipe, I go to like multiple websites. It's a very frustrating experience. And it didn't, like, yes, it's like, really a step in terms of data protection, but it's also ruined the internet experience without data protection aspect. That's kind of how I feel a little, but the issue is with the law is that laws take forever. Like the process, like the legal process to make a law takes a long time. And by the time you've made the law, the tech has changed and the law becomes irrelevant. And laws set things in stone in a way that's really inflexible. And so I'm just very curious, just are there other ways to regulate that are not so guided by very static laws, and on the other hand, that are not punitive in nature? I do feel that every time, there's some kind of regulation, it's always like from a punitive angle. So for example, if you think about online gender-based violence, which is a topic that I focus on, a lot of the times it's like, how much is the punishment for whoever's doing it? And I'm just curious if there's just a different way to think in generally about how you can make policies. I'm not a lawyer. I don't work in making these kinds of policies, but I'm just curious if there's a way to move away from these colonial legal systems that we inherited that were clearly for a different time. And of course, I'm asking a very big ask. How do you innovate around policy making as a whole? But I mean, the question is huge. Like, how can a country like Uganda, who has a very, 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 very tiny GDP compared to these companies and the countries that protect these companies as well, because these countries have their own financial interests, and these social media companies are a huge source of profit. So they want to protect these companies as well. And so what role can a small country like Uganda have? But I do have some suggestions. So in the chat, I've been following the chat, everyone. Thank you so much. The first thing is, like, we barely have functional internet infrastructure. Like, I'm so glad this call is working, because half the time people are always dropping off, you can't hear them. Like, basically, I think Uganda needs to focus on improving internet infrastructure, like the cost, the quality. It needs to work on getting more startups. Again, as I go back to the regulatory environment, how do you get more people working in tech? How do you lower the taxes for startups? Like, as a small company, like, taxation is a big issue. Like, if you can barely find your feet, how do you move forward? So first of all, I think Uganda needs to, like, build its own tech industry, like, beyond the buzz, beyond the hype, like, really giving people the skills. Because if our own technocrats, as you said, you know, in the US, they were struggling to understand these tech concepts. If our own technocrats in Uganda cannot understand what is an algorithm, what does AI mean? How do you do content moderation? How are we going to make the tech policies? So we have to invest a lot of resources in getting people to an understanding of, this is how the tech works, this is how we want it to look, and this is what we need to get there. So that's my take on it. Thank you.
You're most welcome. So we have just about 10 minutes to wind up, but I wanted Awel to speak to what Nima has intimated very briefly. Can we leverage some control from these tech platforms so that citizens know that their data is safe? Because now it appears the most lucrative part of data is not really owned by the government, it's owned by these platforms. How can we, what's the future of diplomacy in light of these challenges that we have highlighted?
Yeah, thanks, Alex. And I think this is, again, the element of diplomacy becomes very important. How do you engage? How do you understand? We really need to understand these tech giants so intimately to be able to know how we can get constructive engagements with them, and also sort of like secure some concessions. An example would be, for, like I said, for example, Eddie Kenzo, Kansime, they make almost 10 million shillings a month because their content is online. But how is that's not like not taxable income, because the Ugandan government is not part of the equation, right? It's not part of the transaction between Google and Eddie Kenzo or Kansime. But on the other hand as well, you have a situation where you have Netflix, for example. I mean, Netflix is streaming. Before it was just limited to certain continents or countries, but now anyone in Uganda who has a Visa card can have a Netflix account within just minutes. And so we pay $5 to $10 a month, and the money is just going out to Netflix. Again, the Ugandan government is not part of that transaction. So the question is then, what do you do? So my thinking is, given all the challenges we're facing and all the pushback that we're getting from those who represent these tech giants, and I'm sorry to use this word, but the arrogance of how they approach countries like ours, is we just need to understand them. We need to understand them really, really well and find ways where we can engage. But also Nima mentioned something very important. We must start imagining our own research and development in these spaces. What are the possible places where we can make breakthroughs? What are the young innovators doing? How do we put more money into innovation funding? Because for as long as the tech solutions and all the softwares and algorithm developers and everything are not based out of this continent or our places, we are always going to come back here and talk about these challenges.
I was going to remind you, the Minister of ICT at the time when the first blockage of social media happened in Uganda said Uganda was going to develop their own social media platforms. I can't ask you where we are with that, but
I would really like to think that that is something that an aspiration that should, I mean, China did WeChat, but the difference is China has 1 billion people and the market sort of drive that. So, I mean, that sort of innovation should, if there's any young person, you should spend money, whether you lose the money or not, but such thinking should continue, that we can develop local frameworks to do this. But I think more importantly is also communications, because the influence on the public and the citizens, the amount of content which goes on these platforms, so governments must like up 10 times their efforts and spending on, on national, what you can call national guidance, right? Information that's very important for the citizen to know their place within Uganda, and in a way, constantly remind them, Uganda is your country, you know what I mean? And continuously build this emotional connection between the citizen and where they come from, because now it has become that Instagram and all these different platforms influence the mindset of the younger generation in ways that, when you talk about patriotism and identifying with the country, that the countries are not doing at a much faster pace.
Thank you, Awel.
Yeah.
Moses, since you're the one involved in this international relations area, and you've already pointed out that there's a bit of careless communication, even from the diplomatic corps itself, can we develop some sort of etiquette? Do you envision a future where we can have some sort of etiquette? So an ambassador or foreign affairs minister does not have to tweet from a personal account, for instance, or if it's from that account, are they communicating a government position, or are they, can we develop some sort of etiquette so we avoid creating unnecessary tensions with partners,
Thank you. I think diplomats generally operate within the context of diplomatic etiquettes. But of course, people are different. Certain personalities are different. So there are principles that guide diplomats on how they behave, how they interact with foreign publics, with fellow diplomats, and how they pursue foreign policy goals of their nation state. So that is typical characteristic of a diplomatic bureaucrat. They're supposed to have that. But then you have personalities like, for example, President Trump, whose tweets can be perceived to, differently and sometimes negatively. So all of those have consequences. But I think what needs to be done is that, like I said, the relevance of traditional diplomacy still stands. I don't see it being significantly disrupted by digital technology. I think they need to have that mindset of major shift to be able to clearly, carefully, and so much being assertive to navigate the terrain of digital technologies, because it has the capacity to catalyze conflicts that can, generate into diplomatic, roles and tensions, which is unnecessary. And I think as diplomats, their roles largely is to ensure that states are cooperating mutually and pursuing goals that speak the, policy goals of each other amicably.
Thank you. Anna, I'm about to relieve you of this unofficial role of being my panelist, but you can help us set the tenor for the conclusion by telling us if you think that digital diplomacy is in fact going to replace the traditional, like Moses called the handshake, the photo moment kind of the one we see at the UN General Assemblies and G7 summits. Is that going to change? Are we moving into a new space?
I think it's a very easy one, Alex. I do not believe this. I think there is no such thing as a look into your eyes, as a handshake. We now have some experience in having, big summits online. And the participants will tell you that how much they are limited by the technology, because they cannot have just, a conversation on site. They cannot look into your eyes. You don't see, hands moving, all of what we human beings need to really read a person. And this is crucial in diplomacy. But let me also try to give you, or to share with you my view, what can be done to really empower the people when dealing with social media. I think we have heard a few aspects today, and it comes down to knowledge. Our officials do not understand quite well how this works. We do not regulate. We are the democratic state is at different speed than the tech giants. So basically, it comes to the understanding what is the new player, although it's not a new one, right? But we are still missing this knowledge. So, and there is still this information asymmetry, and it will continue to be there. So just my suggestion would be, just as we use and implement different measures in civic education to make people understand how to question the powers and the activities of the elected representatives, as much as we also educate them how to control the power of elected officials, we also need to educate them in critical thinking when it comes to the usage of social media. So we cannot expect for the governments to jump in and to take over this role. But what we can really try to push is for the citizens themselves to become more critical. And this goes, for the usage of social media, for using websites and information that are provided on this website, as well as for questioning how their state works. And they do not need to take sides. Being patriotic doesn't mean I have to welcome everything my state does. Being patriotic means also to criticize the state to achieve progress, so that the state works for the benefit of you as a citizen. And the same we should teach, young population, but actually everyone in the society, to be critical with what they do, what they see online. And I think this is just the only way to really know where the data goes, who uses it, and for what.
Thank you. I'll still start with you as we round up. What would be your takeaway? What's your parting shot on this conversation? How do you envisage us going forward in this?
Well, civic education. I can only say, really, let's try and, this conference gives a platform for debate on what needs to be done. And I think we need to keep being engaged in this kind of debate on the regular basis, so that we really come to the understanding and explain how these things work, so that people are prepared. That's, for me, my take home and basically my to-dos.
Thank you. Nima, what's your final submission in this conversation? You're still new.
Yeah. Tech policy dialogue. So I think this is a great start thinking about digital diplomacy, but we need to have a lot more meetings with politicians, Democrats, and we really need to keep talking about these issues, and we need to start talking about progressive laws and policies, not regressive laws which disproportionately impact poorer people, other types of marginalized people. So I know people say, oh, it's just a conference, but I do think that coming together, having these conversations, continuing is super important, and working together with lawyers, with technologists, because I think that's the only way startups, academics, technology companies can really drive this conversation and enable laws forward for a better ecosystem. Thank you.
I think the takeaway is just, we need to just create more information to the general public, to citizens, individuals, about, we all use these platforms, right? I have a conversation with you and we are talking about like a particular book. And then I get home, when I switch on my TV and Netflix, the first movie that shows up in my suggested selection is a movie related to that book or something, you know what I mean? So, I mean, we're living in this world where we're already, the edge of the internet is here. So there's nothing we can do about that. The important thing is to educate ourselves. How do we protect our individual and civic rights, first of all, so that they're not being abused? Because all your data and every data that's, we don't have any consumer protection that is very vibrant. And so it would be very good to see, for example, like UCC, the Uganda Communications Commission, like really vibrantly taking steps to engage with these tech companies to publish, for example, what they use, the data they collect from Uganda. Would one see the statistics? Can we have reporting systems on that? It would be good also to see the national guidance component. Anna talked about civic education, but national guidance is really a component of making sure that the citizens understand their rights, obligations, and the concept of citizenship. And increasingly, again, technology is really disrupting the way that is defined, the aspect of sovereignty and the role of a citizen. And there's a lot of competition to who is influencing individuals. So when you go to countries or institutions, like for our case, I think there's a great need for increased engagement for government online and providing information in a timely manner, but also really be in the business of, I don't want to use this in the wrong, we're not influencing for the wrong ways, but national guidance again, you know, reminding citizens about their place within the world as Africans, as Ugandans. Yeah.
Yeah, my takeaway recommendation generally from this discussion is one, diplomats should be able to adapt to the changing trends in technology and communicate effectively in the digital space without undermining and causing tension. Secondly, I think content regulations should not, in my view, imply censorship. And I think this speaks to issues like the Trump ban on Twitter, and Anna has spoken about the excessive powers that big tech has. I think freedom of speech must be exercised as much as possible, even though there are limitations to that effect. I think that also states should not be so much obsessed with regulations. If you look at most African states and ours in particular, we are so much obsessed about regulations without having good regulation. I think good regulation must be able to take into account the competing and divergent interests and requirements of all actors, and not be biased and intrusive. So I think the state in Uganda should be able to adapt to that. And then lastly, I think that having a conversation like this is important in the sense that you need to generate multi-stakeholder collaboration and consensus. So I think to build consensus, multi-stakeholder engagement involving experts, civil society, government, private sector, technical communities, and academia is crucial as we seek to drive the future of the country, but also influence public policy. And lastly, I think that governments generally needs to be transparent in the way they do business, and this also applies to private sectors. I think they should be able to continuously update users social media, of transparency reports of how, for example, their data is used and processed. And I think that is a critical step action that I need to take. Thank you.
All right, that brings us to the end of this conversation. But if you just joined us to help you appreciate what we've covered, we've been discussing digital diplomacy, and some of the key takeaways that have been, taken down is we need some serious tech policies to help both the government, the tech giants, and the citizens to appreciate their role in that space. We need safeguards for digital data protection, and we need to have continuous engagements on multiple levels with the tech giants that they give us the platforms, yes, but also how they help us exercise it is much more like a dictatorship, and that conversation can be had on how we can use some of these platforms to communicate better. The other deeper issue is on data and algorithms and how they target and intentionally influence so many levels of our democracy, elections, freedom of speech, like Moses has intimated over there. And that is a very important area if you want to drive a democracy. Thank you so much, Nima from Germany. Thank you, Awel. Thank you, Moses and Anna, for this abrupt call-up that you've honored. I know I'll pay for this much later, but yeah, it's been worth it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I'm humbled to have been your moderator. There are other key sessions coming up, so please don't go away. I think the links are the same. See you in those sessions. Thank you very much. Nicholas.
Yes, thank you so much. A big round of applause for our panel on digital diplomacy. I think they were stellar. They did well. They shared very interesting perspectives on how countries should establish cyber norms and relations on how they can work together with social media companies. So we'll be moving on next to the side sessions. So on the main stage, we will be having the parallel panel on climate change and social media. And then in the next room, we'll be having the panel on citizen journalism. And then after lunch, in the afternoon, we'll be having the panel on social media and elections, and the panel on social media and mental health. Thank you so much. I invite the panel on climate change to join me on the stage. The climate change panel, I must say, is an interesting lineup of speakers who have been engaging in the climate change space for quite a while. So I think they have very interesting ideas on how we can reframe stories around climate change on social media and how we can get other people to contribute to that discussion. Please, Peter, feel free to join. The main purpose of this panel is basically to mainstream the conversation on climate change online, to get everybody interested and to start sharing their thoughts on how they can get involved or participate in solving some of the challenges that we're faced now today on climate change. I see Wanju is coming in. She will also be joining us on the panel, and the moderator. So for you to follow this discussion, you need to sign up on Zoom if you haven't already signed up via the website. And this will also be live streamed on our social media channels, live streamed on NBS and the CAS pages. The hashtag is CAS for democracy and Uganda social media. And that's Wanju here for us. We left with the moderator. Yes, the moderator will be joining.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to this session on reframing the climate change agenda on social media here at the Uganda Social Media Conference hosted by the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung. My name is Rushongoka Wampira, and I'll be moderating this session. Briefly, my background is on climate and environmental activism, and I'm mostly interested in sustainable food systems and ecological restoration. And with me this afternoon, I have a panel of distinguished people and practitioners in the sustainability field. Kathy Adengo, who is the head of sustainability at Standard Bank. She would bring on this conversation her views and insights from the corporate sector. And I have Wanjuhi Njoroge, who is the founder of People Planet Africa from Kenya. Welcome to the panel, Wanjuhi. She has experience in media and digital platforms and how they can be used for sustainability and climate action. And she will bring a lot of her insights and experience from that area. And then we have Susan Nandundu, who is the executive director of the ACTA, which is Africa Center for Trade and Development, right? Yes, and she's well versed with climate activism here in this country, but also on the global stage. And then Peter Ben-Hanyeko, who is the CEO of Mandulis Energy, and they are champions of alternative energy productions, looking at biofuels and mini grids, and we'll be hearing also insights from that area. But briefly to introduce the session, climate activism or environmental activism, for that matter, is not a new thing. But traditionally, it's been done by sort of the traditional means, and we know people like Sir David Attenborough, Jane Goodall, or our very own Wangari Maathai, and the campaigns they led, and what they championed through film, documentaries, and things like that. But now the shift has gone online, and we are seeing the emergence of activism powered by social media and led by young people. And we must be familiar with the work of people like Greta Thunberg, but also our very own Vanessa Nakate and people like that who are now championing the climate action, in a way saying, hey, you adults have failed us, so let's come up and sort of things. But to hit the stage, we want to have a bit of the understanding of what is happening and where we are and what is at stake. And Susan, but perhaps you may want to briefly explore the science. We know, yes, temperatures are rising, and we have all these targets of what we must emit or not emit. Where do we stand right now?
Thank you, Rusho, and good afternoon, viewers, and thanks to the organizers for having me. This is a subject that's interesting to me, and specifically when we talk about climate change, you ask about the science, we have to go back centuries back to the 1800s when the scientists started monitoring what we now know as climate change. And the observed temperature rise has a baseline of 1800s, around 1850. And you may find it interesting, and please stay with me here, that between until 1960 or thereabout, from around 1850, the global temperature rise was about around 0.5 degrees Celsius. Now, that's over a century of temperature rise of 0.5. The next 0.5 was hit in about 45 years. Okay? And we are now around 1.2 degrees Celsius above the baseline. And it is now predicted that between the years of 2030 and 2050, we will hit the next 0.5. So we'll hit the 1.5, which the scientists have warned us. The warnings have been coming over and over, but we have been warned that 0.5 degrees is really bad for us. Now, let me just break that down a little bit, that we have the observed temperature rise is having tremendous impacts on our lives, on our economies. And what does this mean? As the temperatures rise, this climate system is disrupted. And so you see issues, normal phenomena like floods, droughts are happening more frequently and more intensely. So for our context here, floods, droughts, the impact of disease breakout on our crops, on our livestock, on our lives. Kabale, for example, wasn't known for malaria, but as the temperatures rise, the conditions become conducive for malaria to hit. So you have issues such as the Mount Rwenzori ice caps, reducing, and that results into flooding downstream, etc. So we are not doing well as a global community in the targets that we set for ourselves, and that target was in the Paris Agreement, which was agreed to in 2015, where the world organized under the United Nations Framework Convention for Climate Change agreed that let us pursue to limit the global temperature rise to well below 2 degrees. Remember, we have said we are now nearing 1.5, but they also said let's pursue limiting that rising temperatures to 1.5, and we're projecting until 2100, but we're not doing well. So that's a big call on all of us as a global community, but very, very importantly, on the community that caused the problem, especially the global north, that we know is responsible for the greenhouse gas emissions that are causing the impacts that we are experiencing today. Of course, even as we are now contributing to the greenhouse gas emissions, but until now, it is the historical emissions that are causing the challenges that we are dealing with, and therefore the global community must own up and increase their ambition and action. And for us, climate finance, for instance, is one major requirement to support us in implementing the actions we have agreed to in the global south.
Thank you, Susan. I'll come back to you on the point of climate finance. But coming to you, Kathy, I know while this is key to explore and to understand some of these figures, but so the climate terminologies come in a bit of coded jargons, but we need to sort of bring it down to the everyday person to communicate and to, how should we bring it forth? Because I mean, if you tell an ordinary person on the street that, you know, temperature has risen 1.2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, what do they understand? So how can we bring the message in a way that everyday person can understand?
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, I'm Kathy Adengo. I head sustainability for Stanbic Bank. And of course, I'm sure many are wondering how the finance industry is involved in driving the climate change agenda. We have a big role to play, especially because as the largest financial institution in Uganda, we have a role to play, especially through our lending and to support sustainable finance. So in trying to explain this to the average person in Uganda or even across the world, social media is going to play a fundamental role, a big role in explaining the narrative and just demystifying what the science is. And as much as Susan mentioned, the 2 degrees may not necessarily be understood by a villager in Kabarole or up in northern Uganda, but trying to bring this message home for them to connect with what the issue is what I want us to try for them to understand. So using social media as a platform is going to be critical. Stanbic Bank is already doing that in various ways to promote environmental preservation. For example, we have a partnership strongly with other private sector players like Shell Vivo, Uganda Breweries, including Next Media, who are part of this particular event, to drive for environmental preservation and raise awareness on plastic waste and recycling. So because we're using social media in this particular case, we're trying to just simplify what the issues are, explain simple behavior changes that we can use in the narrative on social media, like, whenever you are going to a supermarket or to the local store, just remember to reuse your kavera or to reuse your plastic bag. It boils down to those basic, explanations that the average person can connect to, so that they first go, but why are you asking me to do this? And what's my role? What role can I play to make a difference? Same thing with afforestation and protecting biodiversity, trying to encourage people to plant trees. And it boils down to what Susan mentioned around food security and health. From the basic idea of plant more fruit trees. If you plant more fruit trees, there's more food security. If you plant more trees, you're basically contributing to a larger ecosystem that will promote agriculture. You'll get more rains. There's a whole entire story that can be woven through social media to make it a lot more easier for people to connect with the issues. So to me, it's really about demystifying the science, making it very practical for the average person to connect with something individually they can participate in creating the change, which is partly why we are behind this. And we want to rally, especially from a banking perspective, rally around initiatives that are promoting clean energy, that are promoting renewable sources of energy through the financing that we provide to our clients. And some of them are major clients in the sectors, but you'll find us supporting things like solar energy, which can be used in an individual's home, which can be used in businesses. So that's why we're behind it. But hopefully we get everybody on board through the narrative in social media. Thank you.
Kathy. Yeah, and of course I'll come back to you again in regards to corporate financing and all of that. And then I'll come to you, Wanjuhi, and then before I go back to Peter. So temperatures are rising, but the major change we are seeing is actually ecosystems breakdown. And yeah, when an everyday person here on this part of the world in Africa, they may not, like we said, care not so much about the rising temperature, but they care about their food and their water systems and all of that. Do you think the campaign or the messaging should focus on ecosystems? And I know you've run successful campaigns in Kenya, save our forests, or hands off our elephants and things like that. Where do you see the message should focus? Is it on temperature rise or on ecosystems?
You know, the message, and I don't know whether this is working, but the message has to be, whatever the message, because both are important. Is it working? Yes. So I think both are important. The most important conversation, as Kathy has said, is how are we messaging our conversation on social media. In 2018, I ran a very successful campaign called Save Our Forest KE. It was hashtag Save Our Forest KE, largely on social media. But what made it very successful is because of a few things. So the year 2017, I collected evidence of photos and videos of the massive destruction of forests in Kenya. And I would just keep it. And then by 2018 January, things were really bad, and we realized that if we did nothing, we were going to have our forests wiped out. But a few things worked in our favor. One of them is that there was a water shortage, a severe water shortage in Nairobi. And so we would take photos on the streets of Nairobi of people pulling carts and selling jerry cans upon jerry cans of water. And we'll tell them that this is the reality on the ground. And we would use photos because nobody has the time to read. We would use those photos and circulate them across social media. We also would share posts on some of the biggest Facebook groups in Kenya. We also created a petition. We were petitioning the government to impose a total ban on forest harvesting. But what I've come to appreciate is that all the stakeholders have to come on board. What also made the campaign successful is that the mass media picked it up, and we did one particular documentary. We did several documentaries, but we did one particular documentary with a media house called K24. And I remember Kenya Forest Service calling me at night because it was aired at 9 p.m. calling me at night to tell me that, you know, we need to have a conversation. We need to correct that that documentary. But it was a documentary that went around the country showing the impact of the massive destruction. The following day after that documentary was released, everybody was speaking, and that led to a moratorium initially of 3 years, but the moratorium went on until late last year. But what I have learned is that, yes, we need to put pressure on the streets, and the streets can be social media through running campaigns like the Save Our Forest KE campaigns or the one that Greta is doing. But we also need to talk about the how. How do we transition from the harmful practices? She's from the bank and she talked about, and I love what Stanbic Uganda is doing, and I hope that Stanbic in Kenya is doing the same. But if I am a business person and I have been financing fossil fuels, and that's a huge chunk of my revenue, and then you tell me to just wake up one morning and stop financing them, it will not work. It's not even practical because I'm in business. But then we need, yes, people who are putting pressure to constantly remind us that we need to act and act now. But we also need another group of people that is helping us to transition. And I said this from experience. Initially, when I started the campaign, the climate change activism, I wanted people out of forests because I'm very, very passionate about forests. I wanted people completely out of forests. I remember the communities living around forests becoming very, very hostile. And my village, which is a small village at the foot of Mount Kenya, the village elders called me and they said, you know, what you're doing is absolutely beautiful. It's brilliant. But then you're telling us to leave the forest. That's our source of income. That's how we put food on our table. That's how we educate our children. But you're telling us to leave the forest without giving us an alternative. And that truly hit home. So social media, as I see it, is powerful because it's a convening tool. We can come together, educate the masses on what is really the impact of climate change. and why we must act now. But importantly, we must come together and find lasting and practical solutions that work for everybody. So it is climate action, in my view, and this is a lesson that I have learned the hard way, cannot be punitive. It has to have all of us talking about what are the benefits that we are deriving from climate action. Can we coexist with nature? For instance, can we live around forests, not cut down the trees, but still benefit? For instance, can we take up beekeeping? Is that something that we can take up? Can it create employment for our unemployed youth? Is it an alternative? So these are conversations that we need to have. The other very vital conversation we need to have on these social media platforms is on policy. Because you find there are policies that have been formulated in our individual countries that have loopholes that have allowed for the continued mutilation, brutal mutilation of our forests. And so these are, I see social media as a very powerful tool. I recently did my first TikTok video, and it wasn't a funny video. It was a very educative video. And within a day, I had hit 100,000 views.
Wow.
I did an Instagram reel. My Instagram is very private. So I did an Instagram reel. Yes, the reel was public, but I did it at night and then I slept. I woke up to 1,000 notifications and I had to delete the reel because but that tells you that there is hunger for real educative content. And we can utilize what we have, which is a powerful tool called social media, to bring real change in our society.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now to you, Peter. Of course, the science is clear. The science is here, and we've known some of these things for a long time. But it's not easy to believe science. And I guess the COVID pandemic has also shown that, yeah, even when it is clear there is a virus and it kills, it's not easily believable. So how do we make the climate agenda understood easily, but also believe the science and take action? Talking from what we are seeing, I mean, we've seen global leaders say, oh, climate change is a hoax, or I'm freezing here, or one of the leaders, I'm freezing, give me some climate change. So how do we get the science to be translated into action?
Thank you very much. I'm Peter Nyako from Mandulis Energy. Translating science to action, that's what we have to do. If we look around the world, starting from Uganda, where we are right now, Uganda has just, passed a bill into an act. The National Climate Change Act 2021 has just been passed, and it brings everyone together. It looks at financing for climate change. It looks at incentives for climate change actions. It looks at what should be done by the public sector and the private sector, and looks at what communities can do, even local leaders, the LCs and so on and so forth. So there's movement. When we go overseas, when you go to places like the UK, commitment has been made already to remove all fossil fuel vehicles from the streets within a few years' time. Between 2030 and 2040, the UK, France, a lot of the US, even Japan, where we got most of our secondhand vehicles from, will stop manufacturing and selling new cars that run on fossil fuels. So no more diesel, no more petrol cars. So someone can think, all right, great. I currently drive a diesel or a petrol car. What do I do in 9 years when they're no longer coming through? So it is really real. Obviously, there are ways around it. Even the oil and gas sector, Shell and Total are going carbon neutral by 2050. If you think of Tullow Oil by 2030, even CNOOC has begun and set a target to have 60% renewable, and they're also going green. So it affects all of us. And so when everyone realizes that it affects the cars you drive every day, the border you take, it affects the diesel generator used to power your house. When people realize that all of that is real and close to home, On the other side, when they realize that if you look at, the landslides in Bududa, when you look at the, the rock slides and the floods in Kasesa, I was just there a couple of days ago. The people in the community already told me, look, we've noticed, there's less rain, there's less food. What can we do about it? We know that the lands are not as fertile as they used to be, so we have to climb higher to cultivate, we have to cut trees. But now the river has been angry, the mountains have been angry. We've been pushed away down here to the lowlands. So people in the rural communities now know that that's an issue. It's all about going into social media and help people realize the connection between the dots. The fact that trees are cut so that we can cook food in Kampala and eat the food that we eat. In the rural areas, people use firewood. They don't usually cut from trees, they just collect what's dropped down anyway. We know that tourism is huge for our country, but we know at the same time that people have to go into national parks to collect driftwood and firewood that's dropped in there, risking their lives in the process. It's all interconnected. And with our students at home because of COVID, and because most of our students in Uganda can read and write, are literate, and also online literate as well, that's an opportunity where they can actually share this message to their families and go, you know what, mom and dad, this is why our maize harvest hasn't come as well this year in Kirandonga. This is why the rocks have come down in Kasese. This is why the Simsim in Lamor is not as it was 10 years ago. And it all links up together. But now when they think about it, when you look at bringing it down to what people can understand, the way Wanjuhi has said, when you look at when they go down to the local Stanbic Bank and they can see a connection, when they see all of that, they can now understand that what Susan said earlier is real. It's real.
Thank you. Yeah, and all these are very, very interesting perspectives. But we see the whole rise of the movement of young people, the Gen Zers. In fact, I guess I thought millennials were up to something, but we seem to have also joined the baby boomers into co-presidency, and we are now banking on the very young, and they are actually doing something. But I'll bring back the conversation to very practical things here. Kathy, I know you're doing commendable job trying to bring the corporate people to recycling and all that. But the issue of plastic pollution is a huge problem. And we've seen young people coming up to say, okay, so there have been all these laws and policies to ban plastics, but the leadership doesn't seem to be doing anything. But also the corporate people also keep producing the plastics. Yes, you recycle, so you get raw materials to produce more plastics. Don't you think the conversation should shift already to zero production of plastics by the big corporate companies rather than recycling, even when that is very important in the short term?
Okay, thank you very much. I believe, like you said, through strategic partnerships, we're going to create a much longer term effect on addressing the issue of plastics. And even through some of our clients at Stanbic Bank, we're working with large entities like Coca-Cola to try and find solutions regarding recycling. And I'm proud to say that we are in partnership with them and the Kampala City Authority on some of the initiatives around recycling to address issues on recycling in Uganda to create byproducts. But that said, it shouldn't put aside the fact that the long-term goal is to address production of plastics in totality. But they have to go side by side. And like what she said, punitive behavior for cut off plastics entirely right now is not necessarily the answer at the moment. We have to find alternatives in terms of materials for various things. I'll give a very simple example anyone can relate to. Straws. Straws are used everywhere by a child, by yourself at a wedding or anywhere. Straws are always made by plastic, but alternative production of straws materials are being used today, like bamboo. And they are recyclable bamboo as well for basic things like straws. So as materials are being looked into in terms of alternatives and longevity for the packaging that's needed around plastics, even food packaging, there are alternative materials that can be used from paper, as you can see. So the answer to this is trying to find a balance between ensuring recycling is still underway as we source for the alternatives. And where we come in as a bank is to finance innovation in these areas, to finance companies or innovative business people who are looking at materials that can be alternatives to plastic. So yeah, so I think the answer is in having both working simultaneously to reach that goal.
Yeah, but I guess the speed with which that has to be done. So I checked in my hotel room this morning.
Yeah.
And what I found is 4 bottles of single-use plastic bottles, mineral water, are written on complimentary.
Yeah.
So what the hotel is complimenting me is 4 bottles, in fact 5, because they had given me another bottle from the restaurant. So at one point I had 5 plastic bottles of one of the brands in this house in my hotel room and written on complimentary. Now coming to you, Susan, how do we make these corporate companies accountable? I mean, they produce these things. They expect ordinary people to clean up the mess. How do we hold them accountable? And how can social media, help us drive the agenda? We've seen young people. There is one Sadrak Nirere who is been very big on advocating for end plastic now campaigns, and we've seen entire rivers at one point flooded with plastics. So how do we make big companies, Coca-Cola, for example, accountable, or to at least clean up for the mess?
Thank you for that. Allow me a second just to go back to what Wanjuhi talked about with trees, just because that's really important for our context. I'd like to emphasize the link that Peter talks about. The more we cut trees, the more our contribution to greenhouse gas emissions. Why? Because trees are a great source or sink, jargon you said. It is a sponge for the emissions, carbon dioxide in particular. So we need more trees. We need them mature. So the tree planting campaign is really good, but we have to ensure that those trees grow and stay for longer term for them to be able to capture the carbon. It is stored in very many parts of the body of the tree, and the older, the better. The more we cut mature trees, the more we are impacting the climate negatively. So that link is important, and the conversation on providing alternatives for those who are generating incomes from the forest is really critical now and into the future. But back to the question on how do we hold companies accountable? So the accountability narrative has really largely been targeted to governments. And we do focus a lot on the governments to ensure that they put stringent legislation in place and also implement it. But I think the speed is not matching up. Like the previous panel talking about the cyberspace said, we also find that the implementation of the available laws is very low. First of all, there is evasion. There are all sorts of, but it is also not adequate, okay? Now, social media is helping us to now turn the guns towards the corporates. directly. And I really want to appreciate the climate activists that are coming out to speak directly to companies like Coca-Cola to own up. So the how we do it is for all of us to open up and be deliberate about doing it, because the impact is on all of us. That if the plastics, for example, take up the space of the fish, where the fish breed, then even you who enjoys eating fish, you are impacted. So we want the plastics out. And we know that plastics take so long to degrade. Is it, what we call that? They're not biodegradable. They take thousands of years to decompose. Okay, so they are not good for our land. They are not good for our soils, etc. And so the actions, the innovations that are beginning to emerge, recycle, reuse, but very importantly, limit the number of single-use plastics is important. So I welcome what the companies are starting to do. We need that pace to pick up quickly, and but also demonstrate your leadership to us, the customers, that you would like us to work in partnership to address this challenge. So all of us, wherever you are, the media, the climate activists on social media, the government, I think we need to engage in different spaces to hold these companies accountable.
Thank you, Susan. And of course, young people are coming out, to run the campaigns. But then some of these sort of the big technology giants might also be a challenge to how the climate messages are seen online, or what they actually want the people to see. In a way, creating some sort of climate dictatorship, because if they have linkages with big fossil fuel companies, for example, or if some of those big companies, Monsanto, for example, might have interest in certain things, the alliances can be made to actually censor what is seen online in regards to climate activism. So Wanjuhi, you have a bit of understanding in how the artificial intelligence and algorithms work, and how some of that digital censorship can affect what messages we see online. How do we ensure that even when there are massive campaigns coming up, and like what the young people are doing, that it is actually seen?
Allow me to link that with the previous conversation on corporations that are manufacturing or using single-use plastics. And I think it's a very delicate balance, where we have to say that, yes, we have to be patient when we're figuring out how do we transition, but I also feel there is a need to use pressure, because I was privileged to be in Davos last year during the World Economic Forum annual meeting, and one of the biggest beverage corporations was chest thumping, saying they're not going to phase out single-use plastics. Never mind that a few years ago, when I was very young, they used to have glass bottles. And I have a problem with that. I have a problem with institutions that have the ability to transition, refusing to transition. And this is where we as young people realize that, I have come to appreciate that there is no leader current, not just in Africa, but globally, who is willing to help us see the change that we want to see. So this has to be us. And I, as a consumer, have a choice. When I go to the supermarket, I can choose to buy a bottle that's a single-use plastic bottle or a glass bottle. It will cost me a little bit more, but I have a choice. And if we boycotted their products for a day, you can imagine the impact that would have on their sales. And they will wake up and they will realize, because it's complete refusal, because this is more comfortable. And when Nairobi floods, it's 90% is their bottles. Yet they are busy chest thumping and saying, you're not going to phase out single-use plastics because we are extracting the fiber from the PET bottles, which is delayed pollution. So I really do have a problem, and I wish we as young people would appreciate the numbers that we have. Closely linked to your question, majority of the people working in these big tech firms are young people. And this is where I feel there is need for us to have a conversation on patriotism. We need to appreciate that, yes, we are not going to waste time shifting blame on who is to blame for the current destruction that we are experiencing, but then it is our future. These people are about to leave, and they will leave us here. And so if I work for a big tech organization, there are things that I will disagree, I will not do. And if we are 80% of the people working in these institutions, then there is no way I will be used to block certain messages and boost others that are meant to change or to lie to the multitude. And so there is a sense of pride, there's a sense of patriotism that we need to instill in young people. And the reason as to why you find Generation Z and part of millennials now taking up activism seriously is because we've been born and grown up with serious challenges. We are now dealing with Corona. This is not the last pandemic we're going to face. I grew up, there's a time there was El Nino in Kenya and I could not go to school. We've experienced severe drought. We are experiencing forest fires. I mean, we've grown up with these challenges and they are a reality for us. And this is one of the triggers. And this is why I have so much faith in Generation Z as well as part of our millennials, in that we can be the change that we need to be. We can be the change we want to see. And Nelson Mandela said, it will take a generation to sacrifice, to pay the price, to see the change that we want to see. And we must be willing to be that generation. Because I don't understand why we are still talking about single-use plastics. In a hotel like this, and I'm going to challenge them, give out water bottles and have water stations outside the hotels, outside the rooms, let people come out and drink the water. It doesn't make sense that in my room, at least you have 4, I have 6 plastic PET bottles. So we also have to be willing to take that extra step. It might cost us a little more, even have the glass in the room and water station, water dispensers just outside the room.
A dispenser is, I guess, the quickest thing to, and the right thing to do. And thank you, not to cut you short. I'll try to start to bring the conversation to an end. But I guess you can see the conversation is really trying to get some low-hanging fruits and get some action done, or send some message to, or speak to power for that matter. I'll try to bring the conversation to an end, and I need to hear more action. How do we move from here? Peter, we need money. We need money from the corporate people. Perhaps the mess we are seeing has been created by business, and business is a good thing. It's a drive of all the progress we are seeing, and we cannot, afford not to appreciate the role of business. But I guess now business has a critical role also to play to bring back some of that money to solve the mess. So how do we get more money coming into climate action and sustainability and renewable energy and things like that? And kind of, if you can be brief, because I'm trying to bring this to an end.
Thank you very much. Money, action. What makes money and action possible now, especially in Uganda, which I'm really happy about, is the new law, National Climate Change Act 2021, makes action possible. It actually states there in part 7, duties of private entities and individuals, and in part 6, there are incentives given by the government for those who will cause, climate change mitigation and adaptation actions. One of these actions is basically, something which we've all heard about, or most of us have, carbon credits. And that's when we value the amount of carbon dioxide that pollution is causing. For every 1 ton of coal or charcoal, we get about 3.67 tons of carbon dioxide. So it's a 1, 2, 3.5 plus. So there is now a value for that carbon dioxide which is caused. And the value can range from as little as $10 to probably as high as over $100 per ton of carbon dioxide pollution caused. So all these big companies I mentioned earlier that have made commitments to go carbon neutral, they're all going to actually, pay for when they don't meet those targets. And the money that they pay will actually go towards fixing some of the issues which are being caused. It will go towards some of the investments into renewable energy and so on and so forth. That's something that we've seen already happening. But if we go down to action, what our colleagues have all said is it's got to be real. If someone's cutting charcoal, I've got to give them an alternative. Right now, there are alternatives such as biochar from agricultural residues, which can directly replace coal. The alternatives like biogas from cow dung and banana peels, which can directly replace LPG, which means if Shell and Total are going green together with CNOOC, there can be an alternative from the Matoke fields of Uganda that can replace that. So we will still be an energy producing country even after they've left. Pellets from rice husk and maize cobs can replace wood. So anyone who uses wood, a school that uses wood, a hotel that uses wood for cooking, can replace that with pellets from all these husks, giving farmers money to improve their incomes, giving people in the wood industry a new revenue stream while we shift. Even the industries that are using heavy fuel oil can switch to pellets as well. Look at biofertilizers, which is a residue from generating electricity from biogas. That can replace inorganic chemical fertilizers, which means my colleagues in Kasese who are going up the hill to farm more crops don't need to go up anymore because they can actually get more yields from that small acreage because of using biofertilizers that are produced from the waste that was bought from them to generate electricity, to process their agricultural produce, cool their fruits. That Stanbic encourages them to grow fruit trees so that, it's the action is right there. If we look at renewable energy, Uganda is most renewable already on the grid, but off grid, there's a lot of diesel. We can replace that diesel with biomass, with solar, with wind, and that replaces diesel and petrol. Even electric vehicles. Kira EV factories being built, but we can go even further. Why not take all the Bodas and the Kamunyes? Let them all go renewable as well, electric. And water purification. If water is purified, not only do you solve health issues like typhoid, but also now no one will need to boil water anymore. So you save more trees that way. So the money is there to fund the action that people are ready to take. Action has begun at a small scale, but now through the support of social media, and as you say, with exciting things like 100,000 views on TikTok, if we get the right people to talk about, let's get the poachers to collect poo instead, and then make money from that. Let's get the charcoal guys to instead, get involved in biochar and sell that biochar to Hema Cement. So Hema Cement doesn't have to import any more coal. It is possible, and it is within our fingertips. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Kathy, I guess you have a strong message from this panel to take back to the boardroom about, and very commendable work, really. So, but how do we get more corporate companies to join the revolution and to act swiftly?
Okay, yeah. What's very critical is going to be the strategic partnerships, both from the corporate companies as well as the public sector. It needs to be a joint effort. Everyone has to be involved. We can't leave it to just the private companies. Yes, they are the leaders in business who may be part of creating the issues. However, it has to be a joint effort, especially all the way from us supporting the efforts government is trying to put in place from a policy perspective, working with them, how this influences business. Like he just said, the Climate Change Act in Uganda has now been passed. What that means is there will be incentives for us promoting financing towards initiatives that are encouraging more climate resilience. So I think we have a great opportunity for strategic partnerships going forward. These have already begun, at least from a Stanbic perspective. We want to champion this. We want to remain a leader in this space to make sure we bring on board as many partners as possible to drive for the right agenda and the right change we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathy. And Susan, again, going back to policy and how we can have some of the things, working within legal frameworks that are legally binding, or if we want to hold anyone accountable, do we have any legal frameworks? Yeah, there is the Climate Change Bill or Act now. So how do we leverage all of that to take swift action?
Thank you very much for that question. We've been around developing policies for over a decade that relate to climate change in Uganda and of course, many decades at the global level. What we need is action, 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 action. And it starts with building the knowledge base, and we need to scale up the knowledge base everywhere. I am really glad that on the panel we have a representative of a company, no, a bank in particular, because I think you have a lot more responsibility as a sector that you need to own up to and do a lot more. For instance, at the global level, we are demanding for more availability of climate finance. Now, we need that finance to reach the rural people who need it, who are vulnerable. But who are the conduits to bring that money down? You have a lot of experience in doing this, but I think the sector hasn't yet opened up so much to use the opportunity. And I know I am putting a spotlight on you, and I would like you to use it, that perhaps you need to employ more people who are going to take advantage of that space, and especially also drive the awareness, like you said, from the little work that you already are doing. Let's amplify that out of CSR, but also into the mainstream access to finance for the sectors that need it, agriculture, energy, name it. But back to the policies. In Uganda, we have so many very relevant policies by sector, but like Peter says, now we have the law. With the law, we now have the leverage to demand that government ensures implementation of everything that we have been putting on paper. So now we need action, and part of the action is by making finance available, making the knowledge available, and we all have a responsibility to play. Use your center of influence to raise the knowledge base, but also use your capacity, small and big, to attract finance. Let me first say this before you let me go, that Uganda has now the national implementing entity, which is the framework through which we can tap into the global finance directly, not through the multilaterals such as UNDP. So Stanbic can work with the Ministry of Water and Environment to tap into that money. NGOs can work with the Ministry of Water and Environment to tap into. We can all work together, and the message, like Kathy says, is we now have to work together. No more working in silos, now moving forward together.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you so much, Susan, for that very important insight. And finally, Wanjuhi, in 1 minute, really. I have so much hope in young people. But when young people speak, most times they are put down by adults, by we adults. And the message is very clear in the little book, The Little Prince. He doesn't like adults so much. But how do we further empower these young people to actually speak truth through power?
Thank you very much. I think we have a platform that allows us to do that. And that too is called social media. And a good example is Kenya's social media, which is very brutal. We even chased our president out of social media. And because nobody is, and I have to say this with a lot of humility, that we have the privilege of some sort of freedom of expression on our social media. But social media is a tool that nobody will tell you how to use. Nobody will limit you and tell you this is how far you can go. And this is where we are. I talked of TikTok, which has now overtaken Facebook in the number of downloads, the most downloaded app. We have Facebook, we have videos, we have Instagram, we have Twitter. Let us use it. But there is also the role of the regional blocks. This is the East African, for instance. When Kenya banned the polythene bags, Uganda became our suppliers. When Kenya imposed a ban on harvesting of forests, I had flown to Uganda, and the driver who took me from the airport to Kampala, he told me, oh, we are now exporting charcoal to Kenya. So unless we do it communally, which will still continue taking our problems to other countries. Finally, in terms of policy, we passed our Climate Change Act in 2016. We must have been the first African country to pass it. And that is a tool that our leaders use. So anytime they attend an environment meeting, they will say, we passed our act in 2016, good job. How about implementation? So Uganda, you have to ensure, and good job on passing, I was following it, and thanks to Opolot for constantly keeping me updated. I was following it. I hope it will be implemented, because it's one thing, African countries have some of the best policies. Our issue is implementation. Can we start by implementing, as well as reviewing existing ones? Because you'll find bottlenecks even in implementing the Climate Action Act if it doesn't go hand in hand with the existing environmental policies. Finally, movement building is not something we can achieve overnight. It will take time, it will be painful. So when I get tired, you can take over from where I left. And I think that's the beauty of life.
And on that note,
yes.
I must bring this conversation to an end. Thank you so much, everyone. Kathy Adengo, Head of Sustainability at Stanbic Bank, Wanjuhi Njoroge, founder of People Planet Africa, Susan Nandundu, Executive Director at TADE, and Peter Ben Hanyeko, the champion of renewable energy, Head of CEO at Manduris Energy. And for all our listeners on air and our viewers online, thank you so much for being part of this conversation, and stay tuned for more conversations coming up on Uganda social media happening and going on. Thank you so much.
So coming up next, we'll be having the panel on social media and mental health. Please join me in welcoming them. We will have Trisha Bijir Twasima. Yes, I don't know if I said the name correctly. And then we'll have Dr. Kasenene and Dr. Ben Akimana. We will have Miss Claire Leduc, who will be joining us online. Ms. Claire Leduc is the cooperation attaché from the French Embassy. So this session will also still be broadcasted on Zoom and on YouTube, where we'll keenly follow, or on our social media channels, both on CAST Uganda and NBS. So thank you so much for joining us for this panel discussion. Yes, Dr. Ben Akimana, please join us on the stage, and Dr. Kasenene. They'll be with us shortly. So social media and mental health is also now an emerging subject. People are asking a lot of questions about hitting the pause on the button. Yeah. I mean, the pandemic has really exposed the challenge of mental health. And this panel here today is here to dive deeper into that and share more insights on social media and mental health. So without much further ado, I will hand over this panel to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Okay, so I'll just very briefly introduce our panelists. We have Dr. Paul Kasenene. I bet many of you know him from social media, from telling you not to eat chapatis and eat more greens. Dr. Paul is a medical doctor and a certified functional medicine practitioner, and he has been doing this work for over 8 years. We have Dr. Benedict, who is a graduate of human medicine and has a Master of Medicine in psychiatry. He also works at Butabika Hospital. And then we have Claire, who is joining us virtually. Claire is a cooperation attaché at the at the Embassy of France to Uganda. They have more extensive bios, so feel free to look them up. But I want us to get into this conversation. Social media. Many of us can testify that the first thing that you do when you wake up is check your phone. The last thing that you do when you go to sleep, before you go to sleep, is check your phone, right? And not many of us are aware of the ways in which this has altered our thoughts, our patterns, our daily experiences. And I hope that we can dig a bit into that today, and hopefully by the end of it, you'll be more cautious about how you check your socials. So I want us to start with you, Dr. Paul. What is this thing called mental health? This is a term that we're hearing more and more, particularly because of the pandemic, but not many of us understand what it is. So over to you.
Can everybody hear me? Is it okay? Yeah, so basically mental health is really an aspect of our health that, deals with, for a large part, our brain and all the faculties of the brain, our emotions, our behaviors, our habits, and, the way we relate with people. And this is very important because this determines our choices, our perspectives, our beliefs, which ultimately has a big impact on our health. But mental health is also, and I know Dr. Ben is more qualified to define this better. Mental health is also important because we need to understand that our physical health follows our mental health. The human being is more than just a body. There is body, mind, heart, and soul. And body follows mind. Mind follows heart, soul, spirit. So if your mental health is not great, your physical health cannot be great. And we need physical health to do everything that we do. So it's very important that we understand mental health from that perspective as well.
Yeah. Dr. Ben, I'm curious, when you look at the numbers, are things getting as worse as some of us believe in terms of our mental health crisis in this country? Is this something that we need to be paying more attention to, and why?
Yes, because mental health basically is your state of well-being in which you are able to realize your potential. Do you get the best out of your outputs in your family and at work? How do you deal with the normal stresses of life? Right now, how are we able to cope with the normal stresses of life? The new normal right now is COVID. How are we able to deal with it? How is it affecting many of us? And you'll get to find out that quite a number of people, and the effect of COVID is depression, because there's been a lot of our life changes. We're not able to take care of things we're able to. We've lost our jobs. We have lost our family members. So this has really, really affected us. On top of that, the adjustment disorders have also set in, because we've had to adjust everything about us, everything about our life. Because, I mean, if you used to work in this amazing bank and it closes at 5, you should be home at any time you pass by a place and, have a good time. Now, maybe the bank is closing at 3, at 7 o'clock, you should be home. So this has really affected us. And of course, our children are home. Okay, there's been a lot happening. So this has really, really affected quite a number of people.
Claire, is Claire there? Claire, I am curious. I want to shift gears a little bit and bring in gender. We have an entire, I guess we have entire social media apps that are now curated such that you can change your appearance. And we have a whole generation of young people who are unable to take a picture without a filter. And we see this particularly even more ingrained, perhaps because of social conditioning and whatnot, in young women. So Claire, I would like for us to explore the link between social media and things like body dysmorphia and the uncomfortability that people have now with their bodies, if you're there.
Thank you, Trisha. I think I'm being heard.
Okay.
Is it working?
Yes, it's working. We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, indeed. I think there is a very strong gender aspect to this discussion that needs to be explored. We see that women are affected more strongly than men on social media, with as you said, consequences such as eating disorders, such as feeling uncomfortable with their bodies. And as well, social harassment, social media harassment has impacts on women's presence on social media and in the civic space in general. So I think it's the different points that you mentioned are very important to raise today and to explore as well. I think there has been as well a rise in the number of persons, and especially women, asking for plastic surgery on the basis of pictures that were taken with filters and trying to look more like the filters themselves. So this whole phenomenon is not only on social media, but it also has consequences, obviously, in real life. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I want just to pick on from what Claire is talking about. Dr. Ben, we are social beings, and it's in our very nature to want community, to seek validation from others, and etc. and etc. And yet now we have these platforms where that is even heightened, right? And I'm curious, you and doing the work that you do, is it possible to still get to a point where we can dial it back a little bit, particularly for a generation of the Gen Zs who have not known life, outside social media? If there are parents listening and some of us here who are just curious, how do I begin to dial that back?
Right. For you to dial that back, it's very important to understand the mental health effects of social media. So basically, what happens is, if this child or if any of us looks at a picture of this person, they think, they are living an amazing life. What is their thought process? They're going to think, oh my goodness, these people are living an amazing life. They have a better life than I do, and my life is horrible. How do they feel about it? They're going to really be sad. They're going to feel less worthy. They're going to be suicidal, some of them. And what is going to be their action? They are going to isolate themselves. They think, oh my goodness, I mean, people are having an amazing life out there. I'm not going to leave my house. They're actually also going to go on the social media more than they were. But how does it actually work? So whenever someone posts a picture, okay, on a status, and of course they get likes, okay? Of course, I don't know. When you post your pictures, how many likes would you prefer?
I can't answer that. I plead the fifth.
Right. So usually it will depend on the individual.
Yeah.
So they want to get more likes. So when they get more likes on their picture, they get, we call it dopamine. Dopamine is what is produced in the body. That's a feel-good chemical in the brain. So they feel so good about it. But what happens when this individual posts something and, they're not getting any likes, okay? This really gets to them. So how do we help them, okay? It's very, very important to tell them that you do not have to look at it that way, that social media is all about showing how impressive your life is, okay? You can actually talk to someone about things you're going through. You posting a picture that is amazing and yet that is not your life will not help. Two, social media is amazing. We cannot only go there to, you know, look at people's amazing pictures, but we can actually support a person. If a person is going through a difficult situation, how can we actually support them through social media? And of course, it's also, it can be a chance to actually communicate with your family. If you've had this amazing wife or your kids have grown and they're having a birthday, are you able to actually share it with other people? And when you do that and you understand that looking at social media is not only about showing you having an amazing life, this will try to help you. And of course, we've seen certain people who are using, they go through difficult situations. They want to post an amazing picture to show, you know, they're having certain lives. You're driving a car, you're on your phone, okay? So you want to encourage them to try and avoid being on social media. I was having a conversation with Doctor today. He told me he actually goes on social media twice, okay? So we need to limit the time you go there so that it doesn't really affect your mental well-being. And it will also prevent the cyberbullying that is quite a lot because of social media.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So, Dr. Paul, I'm first of all surprised to hear that you go on social media twice, because I think when we think of Dr. Kasenene, we think of his Twitter posts and Instagram and things like that. So I'm just curious how you've managed to strike a balance, because you do talk a lot about things like mindfulness and basically lifestyle change, and yet you're using social media as a tool to be able to push that message out. So how do you manage to strike that balance and not let it overpower you completely?
Yeah, so that's very interesting. Many people actually, whenever I tell them that, they get very surprised because I have a very active presence on social media.
Mm-hmm.
Now, technology is a great thing because it gives us opportunities to do what we were not able to do in the past. So I have two things that are important to me. First, I am aware of the impact of social media, but I'm also aware that there is technology that can make your engagement with people meaningful without you having to spend a lot of time yourself.
Mm.
So for example, I use an app called Hootsuite, okay?
What?
Hootsuite. It helps you to schedule your social media posts.
Mm.
So understanding, you know, people's behavior and what posts can be more engaging at particular times, I schedule all my posts, but then I take time to reply. So I get time in the morning and in the evening. So people will notice that most of my replies will be around the same time, because that's when I get online to reply. Now, I want to just say something about social media and why I spend less time there is because, you know, we need to understand that, like Dr. Ben was explaining, that our brain thrives on pleasure, okay? And so once it senses pleasure, it looks for it again. Now, the experience of social media can be that, you know, you're getting likes, people are saying good things about you, and you want more and more of that. And so you find yourself spending more time on social media. However, what people don't realize is you need a device to be on social media, okay? It's not that I'm talking to you, you know, face to face. This device emits blue light, okay? And blue light has a couple of issues. So first, it stimulates what we call our pineal gland, the third eye. There's a gland, it's right in the middle of your skull here. And it gets excited and it produces dopamine, melatonin, and many other things. So the pineal gland is great, but overstimulation means your brain doesn't relax. So now you're on your device, you're getting pleasure, and you can't relax and you want more of it. And especially if you go on at night, then your brain produces, so the pineal gland uses light, and when light comes in, it suppresses a hormone called melatonin, which is the sleep hormone, the relaxation hormone, because during the day you need light, you need to be awake. Now, too much light during the day, too much light at night, melatonin is, you know, is always suppressed. And so you never relax. So that's the first challenge that comes with the light. But the other thing which people need to understand is light stimulates something in our brain called the basal ganglia, which don't worry about the technical term, but that's the organ, the part of your brain that is necessary for motor function and also behavior and emotion. And it has what we call an inhibitory function. Inhibitory means that sometimes you're active, sometimes you're relaxed. Now, too much light overstimulates the basal ganglia and you lose that inhibitory function. So you suddenly become restless. You know, every minute you want to reach out for your phone, and it's because you have no inhibition. So you can't be calm, you become restless, more phone, more addiction, and eventually you get into a point where you have an addiction to social media. So generally what I would say is it begins with awareness. And for somebody my age or maybe past 20 years of age, they can understand this, but for the younger generation, maybe not. So I think social media companies need to be tasked with putting information out there that people are aware of the challenges, but then even us, the medical profession, the health professional, more advocacy, more events like this to raise awareness, and parents should play an active role in ensuring that they support their children.
Yeah. I'm old enough to remember a time before Facebook in Uganda. I think it was about maybe my O level when Facebook first became a hit. And now when I look at, younger people and I see how, addicted they are to their phones and their inability to step away, I worry. And Claire, I want to bring you into this conversation as someone who has had the privilege of living in Uganda and in France. When we're thinking about policy change and when thinking about regulation, because these are things that are difficult to pinpoint how it is that you exactly regulate things like this. But Claire, I wonder if there are some interesting bits and pieces from Europe and maybe France in particular that we could be looking to learn from.
Thank you, Trisha. This is a very, very tricky issue, as you know, because obviously the different platforms that we are looking at are independent. They are private companies, and the regulation of private companies in general is always a very, very difficult topic. You may be aware of a campaign of Amnesty International that was a couple of years ago called Toxic Twitter. And the whole idea around the campaign was to push Twitter to develop more regulations internally. And somehow this shows that if obviously states can have a critical role in imposing regulations, but there is also the willingness of the platform to do it, and then the capacity of the platform itself to do it. All of you know that Twitter has very strong policies, for example, to limit cyberbullying, to limit harassment specific towards women. All of this content that could be really aggressive is supposed to be prohibited, but then it's always very contentious when you come to specific examples or specific cases. There has been a case recently in France in January 2021, which is quite interesting because it brought justice and different social media platforms as well around the question of regulation. This case was it was a young adolescent French woman. She was 16 years old. She's quite influential on specifically on Instagram and Twitter. And she has different content that she publishes, but she published Islamophobic content at some point. And in return, she has suffered from a very strong harassment wave, calling for death, calling for rape, calling for a lot of very aggressive actions towards her. And obviously there is a whole contentious issue on who started this fight and such, and this is not the point here, right? Freedom of expression, all of these questions are also important, but what I want to focus on in this case is that there has been certain young people who have been brought to justice following this cyberbullying towards her, and 11 of them have actually been convicted to prison. They have been convicted to 4 to 6 months of jail. And this case was very important because it's quite hard, even if you have developed the legislation, to know where to put who gets what kind of sentence, how to punish these acts. And the different people who have been convicted themselves, they all recognized, most of them recognized that they went too far, and that somehow there was this whole environment that pushed them behind their screen to become very violent, whereas in real life they would never obviously call for such things. So I think it's very interesting, and let's say the strong decisions that have been made by the justice in France creates some kind of a precedent that will probably have a strong influence. Now, people, I think, will be more aware of the potential consequences of such acts. And I think this is kind of how, by working obviously with the private platforms, but as well through justice, by having a certain number of precedents, that we will see really how the legislation will evolve.
Yeah, that's true. And you know, just to also say, there are continued attempts to hold you know, companies like Facebook and Twitter accountable in the States and in parts of Europe. So perhaps that wind will eventually blow here. Now, there was a panel earlier, and one of the speakers talked about this thing where, you know, you talk about something, when you get home, there's an ad for that thing, right? And we are basically living in what some people have described as surveillance capitalism, right? Where all our data, all our information is on these different social media and internet sites, and what they're doing is manipulating for advertisers, right? But this is not something that many of us are consciously thinking about. And I want to ask you, Dr. Paul, as someone who really advocates for sort of a lifestyle alteration of what many people go by day to day, in your daily practice, is this something that is more concerning to you now than perhaps 5 years ago? And are you already seeing the effects of this hunger for external validation and etc. In your patients and in the people that you interact with in your practice?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for that question. You know, I was just talking to Dr. Ben outside and letting him know that in functional medicine, the best way to help someone is to go to the root cause of the problem. Now, what I tend to see in my practice is lifestyle, non-communicable diseases, including mental health issues. This could be people who are struggling to control their weight, obesity. It could be chronic disease like diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol. It could also be things like anxiety or depression. Now, all these conditions usually have a lifestyle component, and usually there is what we call a trigger or something that gets the process moving. And usually it has to do with mental health. It's either stress or depression or those feelings of what people call FOMO, feeling of missing out, or feelings of I'm not good enough. And so we tend to recognize these patterns as the key drivers of chronic disease. And we find that what people are presenting with more and more is related to their mental and emotional health. And so we actually are very concerned about this, and it has actually skyrocketed. Like Dr. Ben was saying, COVID makes it so much worse because first of all, there's so much remote learning. So you're always on your phone. So in between your work, like you said, you're chatting about something and big tech is monitoring and analyzing all your information. And so it then tends to have a spiral effect that is subconscious to a certain extent. Now, in my opinion, I know we probably have a chance to talk about what we can do about this, but I think people need to, first of all, forget the word social media. I don't think this is social media. I think this is informal media, okay, with a high capacity to connect. Social means, in biology terms, that I am within a 12-foot radius of you. So right now I'm here, but you can feel my presence because my heart has a 12-foot impact in the energy it produces. Eye contact, shaking hands, hugs, produce the very things people are looking for: oxytocin, melatonin, adrenaline. So we need to get people away from these devices into real social spaces and let people understand, according to me, this is not social media. This is a good place to connect, to share information. But social is physical. And physical doesn't mean I have to be hugging you all the time because there's COVID restrictions. It's just eye contact. But without any doubt, I believe that our emotional wellness is going to be the biggest driver of chronic disease. And without doubt, social media or a lot of connectivity online is playing a huge part in this. There's also stuff we can do, but I'm sure we'll discuss that.
Yeah, Dr. Ben, I want you to jump in because what we're hearing should at least be shaking some people, but I don't know, Andrea, you shaken? I don't know if people are a bit shaken. So maybe we can just based off your practice and the work that you're doing and the linkages that you have been able perhaps to make with social media and things like drug use and deep depression and anxiety and fragility, if there's a way in which we can make those linkages such that people understand the gravity of the situation.
Right. One of the things we need to do is to actually inform the people out there. Of course, well, social media is how we communicate to people, as I would say. I mean, what we're using, the Twitter, the Facebook. It is a chance for us to let them know how the different diseases come through, how they actually might present with these illnesses. Like, for example, you'll actually be surprised that, well, the WHO had said by 2020, depression will be the leading cause of morbidity. Now, by 2030, it will be the second leading cause of morbidity in the low and middle income countries. But we don't really know how depression presents, yet it's actually one of the things around us, okay? So it's important that we shall use this social media to tell people that if at this period you are having your mood is affected, you're sad for more times than not, you've lost interest in pleasurable activities, your appetite has been affected, your weight has been affected, and sometimes you wake up and feel, oh my goodness, I'm better off dead than alive. So these are signs of an illness coming through. If the anxiety sets in, that when you're worried about something you can't figure out, okay, your heart starts beating so fast and you're afraid of the unknown, you're sweating, you're shaking. So how can you seek help? Okay, so what we can do with the social media is we can be able to inform people out there to know what to look for. There's been also, I have an amazing mentor who actually, there's a page where they will give you the symptoms of depression and you go and fill in things and see. It will give you a grade and tell you this is what's happening, smile, and what's the way forward. And the most important way forward is to reach out to the people who help those with mental illness. Another example I always give is cancer. Is suicide a crime in our country? Okay, yes. And I'll be honest that quite a number of the male gender go through a lot of that. But because in the society, we do not talk about it. I've seen families where they've lost a family member by taking their life, but we don't want to talk about it because once you talk about it, the people around you will say, your family has ABCD and so on and so forth. So it's very, very important for us to actually now and say, suicide is not a crime. I think when I was growing up, they used to lash the dead body with 100 strokes. I don't know if it's still done, but now I think we're starting to appreciate and understand what they're going through. So the more we use social media to actually help people get to figure out mental health, then it will help us. Like Doctor talked about, when you notice the definition of health, it's a state of it's physical, mental, and social well-being. And you'll figure out that the mental and social well-being, it is the mind, okay? So once we sort out what's going through each one of us, then we'll be able to actually understand mental health.
Yeah. Claire, I want to come back to you. We are sort of now living in this era where we are performing our lives for, external validation, and everything we post and say is very curated. And I'm just curious for you who has lived and worked in different parts of the world, and perhaps and has been shaped, and your experience has been shaped by the different things that you've seen and done. How can we be able to sort of take back our lives? Like, are there any practical skills that you yourself have taken to be able to manage that balance with, having to use social media for work and having to use social media for family, and still managing to be balanced and know yourself outside that curated image on social media?
I think that's a very interesting question, because somehow I'm not the best example. So I'm still learning myself. I think there is this say that focuses on three things. The first one is unplug, unfollow, and unwind. I think it's a good 3 words maybe to focus on when you start feeling kind of overwhelmed. Somehow taking the time to apply these comments is quite useful. As you were mentioning, I think when you have this kind of life where you're living abroad, you use way more social media to connect with the people that are maybe back home, or people in different countries that you have met. And then this implies that you're actually spending a lot of time in these different platforms. So I think for me, I'm trying to really, first of all, to really kind of put walls in between the different social medias that I'm using, making sure that, for example, Instagram, I would publish a certain kind of content, or Twitter is going to be a different kind of content, some of them remaining very personal and with a very limited number of persons in my account. So I mean, I would not accept in my Instagram account, for example, anyone that I've known professionally. It's quite a harsh rule, but it's something I try to apply to myself. I would not, in the same way, I would not post on my Instagram any political or advocacy, activism content. I mean, you know maybe that I'm quite a strong feminist, but I would impose to myself to not on Instagram follow feminist accounts, or to not publish myself feminist content, and to keep this for Twitter, which I use professionally. And then as well, I have my own views on certain things. So it's quite a kind of a strong decision to make. But I think it's quite, I mean, for me, it's been working quite well. And I'm quite happy with this way of working. I think it's also, I know some people who simply create different accounts, create 2, 3 Instagram accounts, for example, and they use them in different ways. And they make sure that they don't connect to the more political or the more professional accounts when it's their entertainment or connecting time with friends and family. Maybe as well, just to mention that I think the unfollowing is a practice that we don't put forward enough. It's very important to unplug, right? But there is also, you have the power to choose who you are following, who you want to see the content from. Obviously, taking apart the advertising, taking apart the whole Instagram or whatever the platform is, system to suggest things to you. But if some people are promoting contents that are making you feel sad, and I think you really feel it after a while, that some content are making you feel in a certain way, then just unfollow them. That's just as simple as that. And I think this is also something to really take into account, because there are a lot of accounts that are promoting body positivity, that are promoting a lot of content that is positive and that can make you feel better about this. So I think it's also all exercise for us to choose what we want to see, what we want to hear about. And I would encourage to do this more.
Yeah, I mean, one of the practical steps that I took was to switch off my notifications for all my apps, so that you don't, because usually when you hear your phone buzz, it's just like, instant. So that's, if anyone cares, that's a practical step. Now, Dr. Ben, the maiden age of, I guess what is considered now the average Ugandan is 15 years. Which means that really we need to be speaking to younger people, younger than us. And these are the people who are so consumed, in my opinion, with social media, they have not known anything else. So for parents and big siblings and people who are concerned, what are the ways in which we can begin to wean our younger generation off this need for social media on a daily?
Right. It's actually an interesting question. Doctor and I were talking about it. We now notice that there's a prevalence of, well, now social media is actually being called addiction. And how do you define addiction? It's when someone has impaired control, okay? You are supposed to be on your phone for 2 seconds, but you're there for 5 hours, okay? Then the other one is use in risky situations. So we've seen people, when they are driving, they're on their phones on social media, or when they're doing something else, they're on social media. Or it also affects your functioning. So imagine this child has a smartphone, okay? They're in school, okay? They're supposed to actually be able to listen to the lecturer and so on and so forth, but they're on their phones. So we've noticed that this is starting to affect people. But you also find that, you see now families, what happens is, depending on how the spouses are working, they wake up in the morning, they go to work, they come back in the evening, and they don't really have so much time to attend to their children. So for the children, I've seen this happen, that when you take away the smartphone, okay, or the computer, they start crying, they start doing all this. And you tend to give it to them, for you not to pay attention to them because you're busy, you're stressed, you have other things you're doing. So it's very, very important for people now to have a conversation with their children, okay? To explain to them what exactly is happening on social media, to tell them when they should use these things, okay? Monitor what they're using, and important to actually sometimes take these things away from them. Don't use social media as something to distract them from crying and so on and so forth. Bring in other things. I mean, we grew up, it wasn't social media, it wasn't phones that was keeping us busy from doing things. Can they have something else they can do? Can they go and talk to their friends? They can have games that can keep them busy. So it's very, very important now, because I was saying, like, when we were growing up, our parents then, what they used to do is make sure you're in school and you have pocket money. You wouldn't come to them and talk to them about what you're going through. Yet these young people are actually going through a lot. So it's important for us to actually support them, listen to them, make it easier for them to express how they're feeling. And we explain to them that social media is not actually a solution to everything.
Yeah. Social media is not a solution to everything. And yet, increasingly, it's the thing that we seek refuge in. When you're sad, you pick up your phone. When you're unhappy, you pick up your phone. And we're just unable to sit with whatever difficult feelings that we may be dealing with. Dr. Paul, a lot of us no longer know what to do when we're not using our phones. And I think that people say, okay, so if I put my phone down, what do I do? I don't know. What are some of the things that perhaps we could be shifting our energies to? What are some of the ways that we could be adopting that could help us feel more balanced, feel more secure, and just, off texting all the time?
I just want to say this at this point, that the main thing people should take away is the awareness, okay? Because you can only, I have a AAA philosophy that I like to use: awareness, action, accountability, achievement. You cannot even conceive getting off your phone or thinking of other things unless you're aware that, first of all, being on your device can cause mental health issues. Secondly, you've got to be aware that mental health is a spectrum, it's a continuum. It's not I'm either okay or I'm suicidal. It's anywhere in between. As long as you start to sense change in your mood, change in your behavior, that should alert you that perhaps something is happening. And so people like Dr. Ben said need to be aware. Now, what I have found is a very big driver for change is awareness. Someone comes to my clinic, I put them on a weighing scale, I show you that your body fat is 50% and that it should be 30%, and that's like a wake-up call. So we need to get awareness. Now, I think that from my perspective, I would rather not necessarily help people find, things to take them away from social media, but help them understand what they can do to have good brain health. Because your choices that you make are really as a result of your brain health. Somebody who doesn't have control of his brain will struggle with what to do. Somebody who has control of his brain is going to be thinking broadly. I like to use the word renewal to kind of guide on what you can do. So the first thing is people should try and start doing what we call digital detox, okay? First try it, say, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., I'm not going on my phone. Whatever urge comes, I will look for something else to do. Once you're able to achieve that, you begin to get out of that fear of missing out mode. The second R is people must sleep. I'll tell you, if you get 8 hours of sleep, you're in control of your brain, okay? The E is exercise. Exercise produces the same craving, the same chemicals you get out of your phone. So people should get out there and exercise every day. And it has to be intense enough for you to feel challenged so that your brain can produce endorphins. The same thing you're looking for in social media is the same thing exercise will give you. So that's one thing people can do. I'm a guy of food, so you've got to eat right. I won't take you into a long story about food, but there are certain foods that make your brain work better. I'm going to mention 10. Avocado, bananas, almonds, broccoli, spinach, fish, pumpkin seeds, egg yolk, dark chocolate, and beetroot. So eat these foods in good amounts. If you're struggling with mental health, look up certain nutrients like tryptophan. Tryptophan is the amino acid that makes serotonin the feel-good hormone. Sometimes you eat foods rich in that, you'll be fine. E is eliminate. We've got to eliminate the things that stimulate the brain. Caffeine, alcohol, sugar. If you're taking these things, your brain is on overdrive and you can't resist your phone. So you've got to reduce this. The W is water. Our brain is 80% water. Without water, it's a piece of, I won't say what I wanted to say, but it's not functioning well. So drink more water. Then the A, like he said, just be able to acknowledge where there is a problem. And the L, which I believe is the most important, and that's where I'll answer your question directly, is learn new things. Learn a language, learn a sport, learn a skill like playing the piano. Learning will take your attention away from social media, but it will make your brain strong. Many of us ask Siri, Google, Alexa, so we don't even use our brains. So I would say use this acronym, and of course, laughter is the most important thing. So use social media to look for things that can make you laugh, not things that make you sad. So that would be my tip. And lastly, get an accountability buddy. Someone like Ben says, at the end of the day, send me your statistics. How much time did I spend on social media today? If it's more than 3 hours, you're in red flag zone. So then somebody can help you work your way. So I find it better to awareness, action, achievement kind of model, because that way your brain becomes yours, you control it, and when you have self-control, believe me, you can do much more than you think.
You had me until you said caffeine. So yes to everything, and the coffee part will circle back. I want to wrap this up, but I would so social media isn't all bad. We are all very aware that it's an amazing tool that has managed to build movements, to ease communication and things like that. But we're also aware that they are very extreme dangers. So I want our panelists to wrap this up by, if there's one thing that you want our audience to remember. And I'm going to start with you, Claire. One thing that you want our audience to take away in regards to social media and mental health.
Thank you, Tricia. I think something that we just touched upon, but that is quite important in my opinion, relates to as well everything that relates to cyber bullying, and especially towards women, even cyber harassment. I think this has a very, very strong impact as well in terms of women participation, women's well-being. And when I talk about women, I talk as well about, obviously it has an additional impact on women, Black women, for example, or women who might have some kind of specific disabilities. So this is quite important. If you look at the number of Twitter accounts that exist, there are way less women on Twitter than men, and then if you look at participation to conversations on Twitter, it's even less. And of course, to some extent, it reflects the way our society works as well. But I mean, a lot of specialists shows that this also comes from the fact that women tend to be harassed more when they come to social media. So as a protective measure, I guess, women tend to be less on those platforms in order to obviously protect their mental health from all of this. And this is completely understandable. But this is really something that we all need to pay attention to and to address through regulations, obviously, but through awareness raising as well. So that would be kind of my take on this.
Okay, so from Claire, we're getting, you need to be more aware, we need to be aware of the dangers of the bullying and understand that women particularly experience social media differently. Dr. Ben.
Well, to me, I always tell people that mental health is a continuum. This happens before you're born to before you leave this world. And once you have a brain, you are at risk of mental illness. So how would you want to be treated? Mm-hmm. So basically, do unto others what you'd want to do. What you'd want them to do unto you. So please be kind to one another, and this is going to help you support their mental health and make them feel better.
Okay, I like that. Be kind to one another. Do unto others as you'd want it to be done unto you. Dr. Paul?
So basically my remarks will be that information is great, and social media provides us an opportunity to have access to information. Mm-hmm. Make a conscious effort to seek information that is pleasurable, that builds, and avoid types that cause anxiety or fear. We should look for information, but do not seek it excessively. Mm-hmm. Lastly, we must understand that human beings are social. We should not take away our social connection to the social media platforms. Always make time to have physical social interaction, because that renews your brain, and then live a healthy lifestyle and you will find more balance.
Okay. So from Dr. Paul, we're hearing everything in moderation, make time to see and interact with people off social media. Nicholas is chesting us, so we're going to end this conversation here and hopefully pick it up at some point. Thank you so much to our panelists and to everybody who has been listening and watching.
A huge thank you to our panelists for their exciting discussion on mental health. So they've shared with us that excessive use of social media can fuel feelings of isolation, can fuel depression. So they advise us to hit a pause on the button whenever you feel that you need to take a step back. So our next panel will be the one on social media and elections, and I would like to invite them to join us on the stage. They'll be led by Raymond Mujuni, who is the session moderator. You're welcome. So this is a very interesting panel on social media and elections. It's very vital. It's a very vital discussion for us to have and probe how social media is helping young people and political actors to engage online. Thank you. Let me invite Raymond to take over from here.
Thank you so much, Nicholas, and thank you so much to everyone who's remained with us online in what is a very dynamic social media conference. I want to invite my guests to come and take their seats. Some of them are joining us online, so that should be easier. But as I read their profiles and have them join me on the stage, we intend to have a robust discussion on social media and elections in the continent of Africa. So I'll invite Mr. Jacob Eyeru, who is the chairperson for the National Youth Council for the current term running 5 years. Jacob Eyeru is a former ESC Youth Ambassador. Any seat you take, sir. A former youth ambassador, and Jacob Eyeru and I belong to the Debate Society of Uganda. So we occasionally debate ourselves. I want to invite Mr. Abubakar Matanda. Mr. Abubakar Matanda is both a degree and master's holder of laws, and he is from the Alliance for National Transformation. He heads the youth wing. Any seat. The Alliance for National Transformation can be described as a centrist party in all terms and uses of the word. We'll be joined online by Mr. Matthias Kamp. Matthias Kamp, formerly the lead for CAS in Uganda, but currently is a policy advisor for CAS in East Africa. And he's a political scientist with a master's degree in international relations. We'll also be joined by Mrs. Adeke Anna, if she hasn't already joined us. Mrs. Adeke Anna is a Ugandan lawyer and politician, and currently a member of parliament representing women from Sorority District. Previously, before that, she was the National Female Youth MP. She is a very common face. Her political journey started at the Makerere University as a guild president. And I believe that I will also be moderating this conversation and in many ways exerting my views here and anywhere that I am. So my name is Raymond Mujini, your host for today. I head the current affairs at the Nation Media Group, and I sit at the African Institute for Investigative Journalism. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. I would like to find out if my two guests have joined us online so that we can get started. All right, I'm told that Matthias has joined online. Now, Africa is a very unique case scenario. In the pandemic, Africa will conduct at least 34 elections in its 54 countries, which means that no other continent on this earth is going to conduct more elections than Africa is going to conduct in the coming 2 years during the pandemic. The pandemic has forced a lot of campaigning during these elections to happen online, which means that the use of social media for elections has been at a forefront. Now, this has exposed, of course, a lot of people to information, but also brought out the rigors of misinformation, bad information, and the absence of strategies by the big technological companies to address this misinformation has led us to this conversation that we're having today around social media and elections. I want to start with Abu, because you're here. You've just come out of an election, which you participated in as the Alliance for National Transformation. A lot of that election happened online. A lot of your campaigning happened online. What was your experience like in an election being conducted on social media?
Okay, thank you very much, Raymond. I think that before we even go into the experience we had, it's important to underscore the importance of social media as media, which understandably works as a platform that enables citizens and political players to, to negotiate. If I'm to borrow the phrasing of John Locke and the other philosophers of the social contract, I think that media enables the negotiation of that contract, especially during elections. And so you'd want to believe that social media, especially in the context of the pandemic, just like the other media, was the big opportunity we had, to set the agenda, explain what our manifestos are. As the Alliance for National Transformation, we are big on values, big on institutionalizing politics, big on preparing for the change that will come. And so you'd want to believe that media, on the social media, should have been critical in shaping that conversation. I would like to say from the onset, especially for us in the Alliance for National Transformation, I think there was more physical activity than online activity, or there was more physical feedback engaging with our message than there was online. But as a political actor, I was also, of course, monitoring other political players. And I think some of our colleagues had greater engagement. And I'm now talking about the incumbent, the NRM, and NUP with Honorable Chagulanyi. I think they had greater engagement than we did online. Shortly, maybe we shall look at how to look at the merits and demerits on how that played out. But what is clear, and what we also set out to work with, was to see that we utilize media. So we set up a website that's running up until now. We set up an app that could enable someone to self-register and be able to pay fees and have the app generate an online party card, so to speak. And we also made sure that both for the social media handles of the party and the candidate, we are giving updates on where we are on a given day and what has happened. And so,
all right.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to get back to you so that we can discuss
Sure.
what happened during that election. I want to bring in Jacob here, and I see that Matthias has joined us. So we'll come to you after Jacob. Jacob, you ran a very successful college election, which you won, the National Youth Council. But your party ran what you'd call a successful campaign in which you won the national elections, contested and disputed as they were. What do you think the role of social media from your own perspective was in the recently concluded election?
Thank you, Raymond. And I want to thank Cass and all that put this together. It's more than necessary to always have conversations that augur within the generation. Now, to come to the election itself, I think to start with, there's a general acceptance in our time that social media is the dominant source of information. And that general acceptance is only growing with more social media sites. Even unto the manipulation of that information, social media has become the main source of information. Even for those that seek entertainment, political entertainment now exists. And so I think in the cracking of jokes and in the warning of persons, whether it be through fake news or through general conversation, social media is agreed as a strong part of the conversation. In Uganda's case, I think that the actions taken within social media conversations, but also motivated by those conversations, speak to the influence that social media can have on an election, and therefore cannot be ignored in an election. I think that in our regard, the National Youth Council, I would say firstly that myself and my colleague here both ran campaigns that sought for even the means of campaigning to be achieved online. And so by that capacity of social media, we are able to go out of our capacity by the help of many. But for me, more important than that is that social media gives you a good picture of the quality of the democracy. If your democracy is having a conversation about who should lead them next, and the aggregate of that conversation descends into ideas that do not reflect a progressive people, a people that care about policy, a people that actually understand their issues and are just being sensationalist, then social media has reflected very well for our quality of population. And for me, that's where the impact of social media was best identifiable, because I could then tell, using social media, what the young people are most interested in, how young people relate with their leadership, and how they perceive the institutions of governance. But also what motivates young people onto their positions. In a wholesome sense, social media will tell you a lot about where young people are going and what their beliefs are being changed to look like. But in the sense of the entire voting population, social media will not tell you the exact outcome of the election. And so it also gives you a dynamic in terms of a developing country, how in fact access to information determines voting patterns in the country. And I think that there are so many levels of social media influence, and that was a great experience.
All right. Thank you so much, Jacob. And the point that you're making is where I want to bring in Matthias. Matthias, you made a very elaborate writing on social media and its impact in Africa. More comprehensively, though, discussing the ugly side of social media, the fact that governments have learned how to instrumentalize and manipulate social media to produce outcomes, just as the opposition parties have. Currently in Uganda, Facebook is blocked, and it's blocked because accounts linked to people who were working in the civil service were engaging in what Facebook said was coordinated inauthentic behavior online. Talk to us about the effect that manipulation has had on democracies in Africa.
Let me check if you hear me well first. Just give me
yes, we do hear you very well.
All right, great. Yeah, well, first of all, because Jacob mentioned something, I just want to put that question out there. Maybe somebody can say something about it on Twitter. He mentioned social media as dominant source of information. My question is whether it has already overtaken radio in Uganda. Something that maybe people out there can clarify for us. And if you'll allow me later to throw in a comment on the current campaigns in Germany, I know this is about Africa, but keep it in mind. I can throw in a bit there because what we are observing in Africa is not Africa specific in many ways, and not just for younger democracies, but we have similar issues in consolidated democracies as well. One difference probably is how governments are dealing with social media. We do not have issues with regulation in quotation marks leading to some kind of censorship and blocking and so on. But the point is that, you know, we've had a phase of euphoria about social media being the great equalizer, you know, democratizing information space, and we were all quite impressed with what happened in the Arab Spring and so on. And we saw the positive potential, and there's a lot, some was already mentioned, and we can talk about how it empowers people, opportunities it gives to civic groups, to social, to civil society campaigns, to the opposition. And in the course of the last years or the last decade or so, we have increasingly become more disillusioned. And that has to do, I think, with two factors. One, we see more and more the ugly side in terms of hate speech, in terms of disinformation, in terms of manipulation, and that's not necessarily located on one side. We have opposition parties engaging in disinformation as much as we have governments. We have external parties, Russia and China building bot factories somewhere in Africa. We have talked about Cambridge Analytica and so on. So there's a lot of ugly stuff going on. That's one factor, and it has something to do with a second aspect, because the ugly stuff that is happening can be used as an excuse by those who then shut down social media, maybe with a serious aim in terms of limiting hate speech and countering disinformation campaigns. But then the question remains whether it's not much more about limiting the opportunities that pro-democratic forces have, that opposition forces have, in terms of reaching out, in terms of creating transparency, in terms of calling out wrongdoings, especially during an election. And I don't think that it is a coincidence that we have seen, I think in the past 2 or 3 years, no African election without a discussion about social media, either in terms of disinformation campaigns and so on, also by governments, or attempts to ban certain social media apps or pages or total internet shutdown. Even the last example of Zambia, which is a positive example to those who were surprised that actually change is possible. But also there, we had a time when we got a lot of reports from Zambia that if not a total blockade, but at least there was some throttling of social media apps and so on. But there it was not enough for the government to go through with a manipulated election, which many were expecting. But it is, I mean, if we look at the election in Tanzania, we also had the blockade. There were still ways of getting pictures out there, and we could see images of truckloads with stuffed ballot boxes and so on. But we had an extremely limited space for the opposition already. Often you find it in a context where the traditional media space is already limited. In Tanzania, and I prefer talking about other countries more than Uganda, because we have many Ugandan politicians sitting here who could give their view. But in Tanzania, for example, already traditional media space is extremely limited. Social media comes up as an alternative avenue of reaching out to your voters, of getting your messages across. Government gets nervous. And then we see all kinds of attempts, like in Tanzania, not just the shutdown, but also legal regulations that make it much more difficult to use social media to get your opinion out there. You have to register as a blogger. You can be held responsible for all kinds of things that are mentioned on social media. So it's actually not just the banning of access, but it's a very comprehensive toolbox which aims at somehow limiting the alternative opportunities that social media provides for a more open democratic engagement. And that's
Matthias, I want to ask you rather sternly on the point that you mentioned about the increase in disillusionment. It looks like, however, in all African countries that have conducted elections recently, the voter turnout has been at its highest. Uganda, Zambia, the DRC, even in the local council elections that were held in South Africa, we're seeing a high voter turnout in areas where elections were conducted or campaigns were conducted mostly on social media. Would we be right to say that maybe more voters are coming to the polling stations because of social media?
Yeah, it's a very ambiguous picture. It's very contradictory. It's not a question whether or not social media is doing good for democracy or whether it's doing bad. It's both at the same time. Social media is an opportunity and a risk for democracy at the same time. And we see contradictory developments. We see groups and civil society groups, opposition groups making use, reaching out more effectively, holding governments accountable, getting alternative information out there. That works. We see a politicization of groups in society that otherwise didn't really bother, because on social media, and especially in Africa, by the way, social media is much more used for political content than anywhere else in the world. Social media users in Africa are very much into the political content, and the politicization helps. You have more people who want to get involved, who have an opinion. The question is, are those informed opinions? Are those people who are increasingly politicized getting better information and are freely making informed choices? Or are they also manipulated? Are they fed false information? Do they fall for fake news and so on? So it's a double-edged sword always.
All right, thank you so much, Matthias, for that. And I see that we have Anna Deke online. So I'm now going to move to Anne. Anne, you're in Parliament now, and I want to ask you more sternly about things happening in Parliament. The National Communications Act, which gives UCC powers, is currently what's being weaponized to close Facebook. And many people are wondering what's Parliament doing in its oversight role to enable the opening of Uganda's biggest social media platform. So Anna Deke, speak to us about what Parliament is doing in its legislative efforts to increase access to social media and particularly increase democratic debate on social media.
Hello, hi.
All right, we see you now.
Do you hear me? Do you
Yes,
hear me? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists and to CAS for organizing this conversation. So I'm a little bit ashamed to say I don't know if Parliament greatly appreciates the curtails that the government has put on social media, quite frankly speaking, because we haven't really yet had a detailed debate about that has properly dissected the previous elections that we're involved in, because it's only when we debate about what the elections were and how much government cracked down on the opposition and generally on citizens throughout the country, it's only then that we can appreciate the role of social media in mobilizing and mobilizing young people and people across the spectrum of life to go and vote. So it's not a discussion that we have had. However, being a member who is in the opposition and serving also on the shadow cabinet, I would really inform you that there are efforts underway to ensure that the discussion commences in Parliament. But Raymond, we also know that the head of state has been on record very clearly about Facebook and it being the largest social media platform. He was very clear about Facebook. He has no apologies about shutting down Facebook. There's no remorse on the part of government. So this is really something that can only be championed by the opposition. But remember, you're well aware about the politics in Parliament. It's really a game of numbers. And provisions like that in the UCC Act that you have made mention about, increasing the power that is given to UCC to make decisions and, you know, close these social media networks and different networks. That power is really given because of the majority that NRM enjoys in Parliament. And even if we were to put it to a vote, still the NRM would win. However, for us as MPs in the opposition, just having a discussion on the same and making it known to Ugandans, making it known to the world that this is where we stand, that the government does not support Ugandans, you know, sharing ideas on Facebook, so that Ugandans can know, because ultimately the decision lies in their hands. So I can't point with certainty at any legislation that is currently being fronted. However, I will credit the opposition for doing many things regarding, you know, opening up space for the media. You know the history about the Access to Information Act and all the other things that, you know, have been facilitated. The discussions that have been done in Parliament on the World Press Freedom Day, you're well aware about them. So it's really something that the opposition can I feel that only the opposition can champion, because everything is done with political interest. If Facebook is a platform that has been threatening the existence of the current government, threatening their modes of organization and mobilization, if NUP has built a certain team of social media enthusiasts who are doing so much on that platform, then it has to be shut down, because then there is a party that enjoys more privilege with its closure.
But Anna, I don't want to let you off the hook a little easily. You've had at least 12 sessions of Parliament in which none of the members of Parliament, none of the opposition members has raised it, even as a matter of national importance, that the biggest social media platform is clamped down. And at the moment where you don't have democratic debate happening within Parliament, one would imagine that social media platforms, particularly which helped during the elections for politicians like yourself to win seats in constituencies, one would imagine that this is something that you'd exert more effort to.
No, all right. You shouldn't let me off the hook, because I need to say this quite frankly to Ugandans, that when you look at the percentage of Ugandans who use social media and those that don't use social media, the larger bulk of our population falls in the latter. So for us as politicians, the reason why, frankly speaking, Raymond, it's not something that is so pertinent for politicians is because most of them come from rural communities where they have had to mobilize physically. Social media rarely mobilizes in the rural communities. I am from Soroti district, a fairly more urban district when you look at the entire sub-region of Teso. But I'll tell you for sure that I didn't run a campaign on social media at all. I didn't, because I knew that I had to appeal to the old woman in the village who wakes up in the morning, goes to her garden, from her garden, goes to fetch water, comes back with firewood. That is her life. She doesn't have a smartphone. She doesn't have access to internet. That is such a luxury to her. So Raymond, the reason why this may not be a discussion that members of parliament have fronted so quickly so far in this 11th parliament is really because they frankly don't feel that pressure. They didn't, most of them do not mobilize using social media. Social media was maybe just 2% of what they needed. And this is truly the reality and the sentiment I share with many other people is that most of the time, people that engage on social media are so detached from what happens on the ground. They are so detached, and the noise that they make on social media is not really what is on the ground. You find that many of the young people many of the young people engage on social media, they share their ideas, they speak out on social media, but they cannot influence even a family member to vote right. On voting day, they're behind their phones. On voting day, they're behind their computers. They're not on the ground to monitor the queues. They're not on the ground to monitor the turn up. They're not on the ground to tell people during the campaign that you really need to vote for this reason. You know, the vote you're casting is mandate for 5 years. You're giving out a mandate for 5 years. You need to think beyond the soap you're going to receive. Think beyond the 2,000 shillings you're going to receive. So their mobilization remains around the elites who are on social media. And that really has not translated into changing the lives of people in the grassroots. So Raymond, honestly, the reason why MPs will not jump onto this really quickly is because there are other urgent discussions other than social media. They didn't choose social media. Raymond, if you didn't know, I think about just 10% of the MPs are on social media, even on Twitter. They have to be encouraged to join. They have to be encouraged to join. Some people are even setting up desks to help them join, like physically. Give me your email address, let me put for you a password. Some of them have other people running these accounts for them. So it's not something they honestly feel.
All right, thank you so much. And I want to bring Abu in the conversation. Is social media detached from what happens traditionally in political constituencies? You've had your leaders speaking on social media platforms from the time before elections to after elections, giving post-election scenarios. The members of the opposition, who you rightly and on many occasions have spoken with and back, are enjoying a lot of leverage on social media. A lot of campaigning is happening on social media. Would you agree with Anne that there's a detach between the ground and social media?
So Raymond, we need to understand the context within which we are operating. You will realize that social media makes far greater sense for those of us in opposition. And it's not just because we love social media. It's because all the alternative forms of organization and mobilization have been shut out. And so as a party, we cannot hold a meeting in, say, Gulu or anywhere you have the DPC or intelligence officer running after you and all those sorts of things. And so social media then becomes like the only alternative you have, because it's the space where the people are and the state, whereas they try to shut down the internet and also try to engage, they still don't know how well to deal with it. So whereas I would agree that for questions of access, because we know we don't have a digital population in Uganda, the penetration is way below 25% so far. So that means majority of people are not on social media. But for the alternative voices, for the alternative political players and parties, social media is like the first silver bullet. Secondly, I would think that because it has an urban dimension, the fact is that most of the people who are on social media are either students or people, youth in urban centers. I would argue that part of what informed the way Ugandans voted, especially in the central part of Uganda, was social media. I think that if the other parts of Uganda had as much access to social media as is in the central part of Uganda, the pattern we see in Uganda could have possibly spread to the other parts of the country. So, and I would want to understand whether, like Honorable Anna says about the members of parliament, I would like to hear, because her view from Soroti is that She almost did not engage social media at all. She did not need it. I would want to hear from an MP from the central part of Uganda. The very youthful MPs we have in the central part of Uganda. I'd like to hear from Honorable Nyakoderi, for example, on how social media played out for them. But Jacob mentioned something that I do not want us to lose on. I would like to emphasize it in this way. Social media, just like all the other media, besides just playing the role of informing and upping the political consciousness of the people, social media is the word media it's a medium. And so it's like a mirror. And there's this principle in ICT of garbage in, garbage out. And so, like Jacob hinted, what you see on social media is what you have. If you don't have a population whose civic consciousness is very high, if you don't have politics that is run based on ideology and the contestation of ideas, then what you saw on social media that Matthias is alluding to that may seem negative, like propaganda, sectarianism, cyberbullying, violence. In this case, we are talking about, I don't know what we call it, e-violence, which has now become a very popular word. You see people talking about violence online. And so if in the physical, when you engage in politics, you meet physical violence, even when you go online, you're going to meet the same thing. So it's important for us to understand that social media does not apply in a vacuum. It is still we, the very population, with all our attendant challenges of our nascent democracy that are engaging on social media. But because it brings another flavor of speed, of being instant, of turning almost everyone, giving almost everyone a platform. Maybe we can say the same is amplified, but it's the very population that we are dealing with.
Jacob, please come in on this conversation. Your core constituency is being attacked because it's the one that lives and breathes on social media. You represent the national youth. This country has the second highest youth population in Africa. We have about 7 million users of social media in Uganda, at least as by 2014. So this means that there's actually an active population living and working off of social media and having debates around our democracy on social media. Would you take what Anne and Abu are saying? Would you take that for gospel truth?
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to mention that Honorable Anna Deke is my woman member of parliament from Soroti, and I'm very proud of that association because it is hinged on truth. I do not want to take away from, you see, this conversation of the influence of social media on elections should be told by virtue of the results of the election, vis-a-vis the impact, all the results we read on social media. I'll tell you that in my election, which is of young people from across the country, there was a social media winner. And by far, when the election actually happened, he was on ground for young people, not anywhere near the top two. There was a clear distance, okay? What we are trying to speak to exactly is that there is a society in Uganda which votes. Then there is a morphing society, which is adopting technological advancement. The reality also is struck in the sense that you have an economic reality to deal with for access to information. In Kampala, some people do not read newspapers because they don't have a reading culture. But people who don't watch TV is a different construct. It's not that they don't have a watching culture. For the most part, the TV is defined by your economic capacity to own one. The regard for social media to always depend on the capacity to afford data really is speaking primarily to the capacity of your poverty lines. Are they very low or they are very high?
We seem to have lost the venue. They should be reconnecting shortly.
All right. Is that you, Nicholas?
No, it's Akbar here. Nicholas is at the venue.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
That is influenced, and this is where I tie in with my brother Matanda, is influenced by conversation on media. The urban population in Uganda is growing. 10 years ago, the urban population was less than 15%, but now with metropolitan growth and middle class growth, you have a population size that's urban that's hitting about 30% of all populations. So this population, as it grows, the patterns of voting, the patterns of conversation are dictated by conversations on media. And that's why the ruling party has a bigger struggle winning urban-centered elections, whether they are by-elections or mainstream elections, than they have in rural areas. Why? Because the mindset is constructed around information. And in urban centers, you have much more of that than you have in the rural cagings. So I think that generally is the picture. Raymond, I'd just like to make one point before Comrade Matanda comes in. There is something that Matthias spoke to, the disillusionment that is with social media. And I think that it is a critical player. If our intention is to ensure that there is more participation through social media, that intention is certainly not to bring the wretched of the earth, as Matanda calls them, to the conversation table. It is to change the perception of persons and the world entirely on the quality of people we have in our country and our democracy. The critical voices, the political players, the Anna Adekes, the Matandas, that speak and a big mass follows to commentary, should be voices that represent a particular quality of our democracy, because then they espouse what our democracy actually is, much more than what the flock would, if we allowed them.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm going to allow you. I just want to bring in Matthias for a very important conversation. Okay. Matthias, Jacob just spoke to us about interrupting sovereignty. The fact that Facebook engaged in blocking of accounts was interpreted to be as interrupting of the sovereignty. And you've published very broadly on who holds sovereignty when you are on social media, when you are on the internet. I want you to speak to us about the role that misinformation, disinformation, and fake news have played in the perception of social media by African governments.
Thank you, Ray. I will get there, but I want to start with something. There's Nico here in the comments who has been quite busy commenting and also tweeting with the NUP diaspora. Misinformation can also result from misquoting someone. No offense taken, because I have the chance to clarify something here, but he was complaining about me saying fake news in Uganda comes equally from both sides. Just to clarify, I did not speak about Uganda and I did not speak about anything in equal terms. What I said was the bigger picture in Africa and a general statement that, of course, different players involved all contribute to fake news and disinformation. We would also be able to produce a few examples from Uganda where, fake news came from different sources. But my main point is, and probably there we will agree, the big threat is not the small contributions here and there and individual users being irresponsible and somebody tweeting a fake picture and so on. Social media is a reflection of our society, and there's good and evil out there, and you will find all that in social media as well. The big risk that I see for democracy is anti-democratic forces, authoritarian forces, manipulating, blocking, and applying strategies to use social media for propaganda, for disinformation, and so on. So, and then we are back to your question, Ray. That's really what I see as the biggest problem, because we have seen over the years that governments and the different, consultancies and technology companies and so on that provide the tools that they can apply have become better and better, not just in terms of more sophisticated ways of controlling what is happening on the internet. And if they follow the Chinese example, which is an inspiration to many African governments, unfortunately, it's all about what you mentioned, cyber sovereignty. The idea is that the government needs to be in control of everything that is happening in online spaces. So that's the one side. And they have become increasingly sophisticated with all kinds of different strategies and tools to monitor what is happening online and to interfere with what is happening online. And they have become increasingly sophisticated in applying strategies for fake news and disinformation, whether that is with the help of Chinese technology or with the help of Russian bots or with the help of American-based consultancy firms. So my point is the biggest threat is how undemocratic forces and how authoritarian governments have gotten better at using social media to their advantage in terms of monitoring, surveillance, disinformation.
All right, thank you so much. Anna Deke, I want to come to you, then we'll have Matanda make his. What does regulation of social media for African countries look like? Because you sit in parliament and legislation genuinely comes from there. But if we wake up to a social media where 37,000 users are saying the president of Uganda has died, when in fact he's awake and alive, and he's forced into making a public statement to declare that he's still alive, definitely that pushes us into a conversation around what policies exist around regulation, what policies exist around use of the internet. From where you sit as a member of parliament, what does legislation for social media look like for you? And your microphone is still muted. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think, quite frankly speaking, in our jurisdiction as Uganda, our social media legislation is not well developed because it frankly must be able to strike a balance between giving people, allowing people access and freedom to express themselves vis-a-vis encouraging them to be responsible about the things that they communicate. For instance, you know what the much developed legislation on social media would look like, so that there are flags around, there are red lines around things and topics that shouldn't count. For example, racism, for example, tribalism, sectarianism, ethnicism, all that should really be regulated. It shouldn't be hate speech. So there should be really a balance between the two. I think our legislation is not so well developed, and neither are the enforcement mechanisms of it. For example, I don't think our cybercrime unit in police is as well facilitated to be able to enforce some of the cyber laws. There's like Computer Misuse Act in place, but implementation is a whole different thing, because we don't have the technology, and maybe there are experts who can implement at police, but the technology, I'm certain, is not sufficient to be able to implement. But Raymond, for me, what really worries me about legislation is that it's not just what the law looks like, it's the spirit of the law. And I think for us in Uganda, it's been demonstrated many times that government would like to curtail this space more. So it is much better for them if it remains sort of a gray area, sort of a gray area, so that they can continue to carry out arbitrary arrests and charge people under provisions that are not very clear. It even becomes difficult for the state and prosecuting attorneys, to clearly prosecute these offenses. I'm certain Matanda is an advocate himself. I'm certain that we don't have many many leading cases on prosecution of cybercrime, but it happens. It really does happen. So I think that the spirit in which government fronted the few legislation that already exists around engaging on social media, like the Computer Misuse Act, is just so that there would be a law that exists. But when it comes to implementation, it's a whole different thing. And even if they try to implement it, it's done in such a partisan way that it is done to only favor the NRM. So if maybe there's been cyberbullying, if many, I've seen many young women have been victims of cyber harassment, they are very seldom going to take on those cases. If someone is leaking nudes on the internet of a young lady, they're not going to take that up. They're simply going to take up the ones who say that, oh, there is a drone that picked up so and so, or there are guns in this place, or we have Lumbuye's antics and what he keeps revealing. They will quickly pick that up because everything has been politicized. The rule of law it doesn't exist. It is just a regime trying to survive. And so it is molding everything around itself, around its political interest for its political longevity.
Thank you so much, Anna, for that. Abu, and I know that we now have to sort of look for a way of winding down this conversation. You are the youth leader of an opposition party, which is churning out a lot more alternative policy than the official opposition at the moment. What would you advise for legislation around social media to look like, or if any legislation at all?
Okay, yeah. So first of all, before I answer your question, I earlier on wanted to disagree with Jacob on two areas. One, when you asked him that it's rather a contradiction that he's saying social media is almost inconsequential, but the actions of the government show that it's actually consequential. When he says, he tries to downplay social media by looking at the question of access that I talked about. I would like us to look at the issue of the overlapping nature of media now. In 2015, as way back as 2015, one of the presidential candidates, Right Honorable Mama Mbabazi, made an announcement on YouTube, declared his bid on YouTube. Within just 1 hour, the whole country was aware because there is now an overlap that even the traditional media like radio stations and TV stations now pick information from social media. So we shall be unfair to this conversation if we make it seem like social media is some silo caught up somewhere in a corner. I think that social media, even with the attendant challenges of not having a digital population and not having access, issues of infrastructure and all that, is still very critical and shapes elections in this country. And I gave the example of what happened in the central region. Secondly, I think that the idea of saying that by Facebook shutting out the over 100 NRM activists who they said were caught on the wrong side of the policies of Facebook, they were engaging in coordinated, inauthentic behavior. I think saying that it's foreign meddling is quite escapist. I think that whereas I agree that there's need for tech giants to become more transparent as to have a due process where someone they hear from whoever they're alleging has committed a problem, to be more involving such that it's not unilateral and appearing arbitrarily. I think that they actually presented evidence of what these people are doing. You could tell that there is a thread of fake accounts, people who are not using actual names, who are tweeting and retweeting the same things. So there was evidence. So I would agree with the conversation that says, no, look, Facebook, get more democratic, be more consistent as to also look on the other side, because whereas I'm in opposition, I know that there are also elements of that same behavior, and maybe they didn't come for them. So that's a legitimate concern. Be more involving as to have a due process. But I think that saying, no, this is an issue of foreign meddling, I would ask, if at all Facebook shut out the Lumbiers of this world, would the government of Uganda shut down Facebook? Because they are becoming a referee in our election. So I find that also to be unfair. But to your question, the issue of law, and I agree with Honorable Anna Deke, whereas I'm a lawyer and I believe in the law to shape behavior and development and things, I'm quite pessimistic about our scenario, because the issue really is not the law. For example, we have a unit within the Uganda police force that handles cybercrime, and there is cyber intelligence. And there are now like 3 units for this one thing. You would think that with the creation of such an entity and with the legislation of laws like the Computer Misuse Act, you do not need to shut down the entire internet because some people are engaging in cyberbullying or cybercrime. That would then be the work of the unit you have created and the law to catch up with the wrongdoers, but you leave the internet to operate. But then we see that the entire internet is shut down under the pretext of saying there are criminal activities, like saying, because there are some thieves in town, let's close the city and go home. What then is the use of the law? What then is the use of the institutions that have been created? So with the due respect to your question, I don't think that our problem is the law. I think our problem are the political interests that are now not well structured. The problem is the breakdown of our institutions for them to act on the whims of particular individuals rather than executing their mandates. And I think that the challenge is with the failure to understand that the actions we take have consequences. For example, earlier in the morning, I was reading a report which was showing that we actually lost over 35 billion Uganda shillings in the CAS publication because of the 6 days shutdown, which was just 10 billion short of the entire collection in the year of 2019 for the social media tax. I would want to understand, when someone is making a decision to shut down the internet, do they have these realities in their mind? When legislators are coming up to impose a tax, already we are saying the internet penetration is less than 25%. When they are coming up to impose a tax on social media, now generally on the whole internet, do they think about the opportunities that social media has created for young people, the unemployment that we are grappling with? Do they think about all these consequences, or do they just unilaterally look at the reigning political interest at the time? So I don't think our issue is the law. I think it's the political economy, it's the attitudes, and that's what we're out here to cure as ANT. This is why we emphasize values of integrity, of equity, of politics that is based on contestation of ideas rather than just individuals. I think the answer lies there rather than just in the mechanics of the law, because as we have seen, there's total disregard for the law.
Yeah, Jacob, what are your thoughts around legislating around social media?
Firstly, I think that the future of dealing with big tech or tech platforms is not legislation. I think that it is a human activity, social construction. I think we shall not legislate for the capacity to innovate. We cannot, because with every new idea of big tech or social media, we have a new dynamic. We shall need Parliament to sit and discuss just legislation for innovations that come up if we're going to spend time on that. But I want to just underscore a few pointers. One, I think that for me, my issue with Facebook specifically is that Facebook has acted with state bias. Acting with state bias means that you agree and everyone agrees with you that there is a problem in terms of a balance of power wherever it is playing out, if some people are state actors and those are not state actors. What I think is not the position of Facebook to do is to determine who should have the advantage and the disadvantage in a democracy for the same crimes. I think that it's generally acceptable for standard practice that we can have a standardization at a particular level. There is no crossing the line. And if that applies to all parties, none of the parties will have will take issue with the matter. If there is a lack of standardization of action, like it is with Twitter, then you have a problem. So I think that for me, flagging anyone's post based on the validity of that post is good. But if, like you say, there can be a claim that the president is dead, okay? It is consumed by 37,000 and counting on live feed, and the person has chance to orchestrate more of such conversation and declare a good number of people in the country, important people, for whom such news has ramifications on ground. It has vivid, you know, if someone said the Kabaka is dead and it went out unchecked, you don't know what massacre will look like on who killed the Kabaka. So if that is allowed to proceed, why not allow all kinds of manipulations to proceed? For me, the question is on standardization. And if that can be achieved, then Big Tech can have that conversation. Finally, I would like to speak to the question of whether foreign manipulation is escapist. I do not think so. I think that on a general course, there is always attempt to manipulate our democracies, okay? We just don't want it to be brazen. We don't want you to manipulate it while looking at us in the face. For instance, I would be very shocked if the country director of CAS were to appear to cast a ballot, you know. If I found Anne casting a ballot, I would be very concerned. But I would not mind having a conversation about civic education in Soroti to the people of Soroti when Anne is helping achieve that. Even though that puts government in a worse position because maybe service delivery has been down in that area. In the visionary part of our country, I think that's a good exploit because then our country is having more civic consciousness. And in the long run, that's better, even for the NRM, even though it might be against their immediate desires.
All right, thank you. Matthias, in your paper, you put this down. The solution you put down is simple: having an enlightened citizenry that is responsible. And one of the criticisms that I'd wanted to ask you and address to you is who determines who's responsible and who determines who's enlightened and who isn't? Because that seems to be the biggest crisis on social media at the moment.
Yeah, well, what you put there as a simple solution is the toughest solution ever, because that would be the solution to many of our problems if we had a citizenry where everyone is well educated, well informed, and behaving responsibly. That's the very reason why we have laws and regulations and law enforcement and so on. So definitely, that's mostly in light of the work we do at the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation. And when we talk about democracy, we are talking about responsible citizens. So that is not an easy solution, but it's an ongoing process. And that's in all spheres of public life, including social media. How can you train people, educate people, make people aware of how to conduct themselves, how to be careful, how to be responsible? That's an ongoing task, but that doesn't mean that we just wait to get better citizens and then it will all fall in place. So the issue of laws, of regulation, of targeted strategies is still out there. But when we talk about laws and regulation, I think what needs to be put up at the list as the main criterion is that whatever we do, and that's what I put in my text, is the top priority is to defend freedom of information and freedom of expression, including in the digital sphere. And that's the problem we have when it comes to regulation that ultimately leads to a stifling of the freedom of expression and where alternative channels of communication and information dissemination are blocked. But what we need to be aware of and where we also need to find strategies and also legal remedies is how can we counter what is going on social media that we have described here? How can we counter what external forces are doing, what sometimes private companies or governments are doing, these targeted disinformation campaigns, which are illegal. That's illegal stuff going on. There's no debate about it. We need to get stronger in tackling that. And also, when it comes to the individuals, yes, we hope that we can educate them to be better, but when they misbehave, there needs to be a way of sanctioning. In Europe, we have come a long way. There's a lot more that Facebook and Twitter and the likes are doing now in terms of monitoring what is happening and taking down comments that spread fake news and that spread hate speech that incite violence. But if I use that argument in the African context, I will quickly be quoted by African authoritarian governments who say, yes, exactly. And that's why we need to put regulation in place, because you will find a lot of cases and including looking in neighboring Tanzania now, where Freeman Mbowe is facing terror charges and so on, because everything can be turned against opposition voices, dissenting voices in a context where the rule of law is not properly applied, and the regulations you put in place can be used to take it too far and actually stifle freedom of expression. So that's the balancing act that we need to look at.
Matthias, I want to present to you a morally challenging phenomenon here. Pardon me if I use an example outside of Africa. The Taliban are now in government in Afghanistan. They determine who a responsible citizen is. They have a level of sovereignty on discussions around what freedom of information looks like. What freedom of information is in Germany is and what freedom of information is in Uganda. What freedom of information is in Rwanda is and what freedom of information is in Kenya. So the paper that you give us here and the solution that you give us supposes that we are all the same civilization, yet we're different. So how do we manage our different civilizations, yet engage on platforms where our civilizations differ?
Well, I have to be very straightforward here. I am writing all that with a bias. I am writing all that with a bias because I am working for a German political foundation that stands for certain values. And we believe in the ideas of a liberal democracy. Make no mistake, we are not just about dialoguing with anybody and, well, let's all have our different views and it's all fine and we can all be happy going home and we each practice what we want. No, we want to enter into a dialogue and we want to actually improve conditions at home as well as abroad by engaging with positive change makers who share these values. And I don't need to discuss about the sovereignty of the Taliban in Afghanistan. I do not want to discuss national sovereignty when national sovereignty means that I can put a terrorist regime in charge that tortures and kills its people. I don't want to have a discussion about sovereignty then. We can have a discussion then about international law and strategies and how we can engage, and maybe Realpolitik forces us to enter into a dialogue. But that's not because we are convinced that, well, let everybody do whatever they like and then we leave each other in peace. We live in a globalized world, we are facing similar problems, and we are believing in universal values, universal human rights. That needs to be the basis. Otherwise, what do we talk about? I have to be very clear here.
All right, thank you so much, Matthias, for that. I now want Adeke to give you the last word on this, but also, if I may extract from you just a small concession that the next session of Parliament, I could talk to the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, pick your hand, so that you raise the first matter of national importance, being the fact that a key social media outlet is blocked in Uganda, so that it becomes a matter of conversation at Parliament. But you have the last word. Microphone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, quite frankly speaking, I was embarrassed to mention it, but yeah, surprisingly, it's not something that has really featured so prominently in our conversation as the opposition. However, we as the opposition really do appreciate what social media has enabled us to achieve at a time when Dr. Besigye was being denied platforms on the local media, TV, radio. Social media was the only avenue that he had to air out his views. And it's not just for him, it's for all the other leaders in the opposition. So we have very many legislation that are very unfair and have cracked down and restricted the space in our country, the space of engagement, the space that's of expression. I think that Parliament in its present state, being that it's really a game of numbers, may not really guarantee people-friendly or democracy-friendly legislation in light of media and engagement. However, I still think that we can achieve so much when we have a debate in that national parliament, because be it as it may be that there are very few social media users in the rural areas of Uganda. Still, their voices need to be amplified. Their voices need to be given space to be heard. And so I say this because I know that in every single district, there are social media users, there are young people, and there are people that have gone so far using social media. So it's something critical for us to discuss. And I will really take on that responsibility to spark the debate on the floor of Parliament, because it's something that really, as responsible lawmakers, we need to protect this space. We need to protect this space and enable many people that want to use it to actually express themselves. And you see, Raymond, Facebook was not just for, airing out political views. Many young people were marketing their businesses on Facebook. Many people were learning things on Facebook, and they have really suffered such a backlash on their businesses. They've really suffered losses, I know, because you know how expensive it is to run a business in our country. So we need to look at it beyond the politics. Yes, it has helped us, but even the economic aspect of it. And the biggest challenge that I have is that everything in our country is so politicized. The government will shut down and keep Facebook closed simply because it wants to remain comfortable. It became a platform where it was constantly defending itself, having to defend itself. And so they didn't feel very secure with Facebook being, freely accessed by Ugandans. But it is a political question, which we will answer politically. We will take the debate to Parliament, and you will, on your own, hear from what your legislators hear about what they believe. And I think that the young people need to become more instrumental in causing change in this country. Because if you continue to repeat the same mistakes, then we're not going to get anything different. It's a political question, Raymond, and we have to answer it politically.
All right, thank you so much, Anna, and thank you so much for volunteering to take our political question to the August House. Thank you so much to Matthias Kamp, who's been our other guest on Zoom. Thank you so much to Eyeru Jacob, and thank you so much to Matanda Abu for being with us today. We're very glad to have had this conversation with you. Thank you to those who have joined us online, and considering we're discussing democracy, thank you to those who have tolerated us for discussing views that may not be fair to what you want to hear. And I know this is the last panel for the day, so I want to invite Anna, who's been sitting quietly, maybe to give us a final remark as we go off today. I'm sure there's clapping going on the digital platforms, so we'll see it reflected somewhere.
Thank you, Raymond, very much. Thank you for our panelists who have joined us on this panel, and thank you for all the experts who have joined us throughout this day. We have more program to offer tomorrow, and we are starting tomorrow, same time, 10 o'clock. Until 2 p.m. in the afternoon. There is more to come. Please look for us online, CAS Uganda on NBS Online. Please visit our website, socialmedia.ug. There you will find the program of tomorrow. So thank you very much for everyone who has been today with us. And let us enjoy the afternoon. Let us continue the conversations. And where, if not in physical presence, of course, on social media. And see you tomorrow again on social media. Thank you very much. Bye-bye, everyone.